Recorded.
All right, I'd like to welcome everybody to the meeting of the Harwich Conservation Commission for February 3rd, 2021. This meeting is being held by remote participation, and I'd like to start off by reading a notice from the Governor Baker's office in regard to suspending provisions of the open meeting law. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the open meeting law, Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitation on the number of people that may gather in one place. This meeting of the Town of Harwich Conservation Commission on February 3rd, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. will be conducted via remote participation. Specific parties and the general guidelines for remote participation by members of the public and or parties with a right and or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the Town of Harwich website at www.harwich-ma.gov. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so via recording on demand on the Harwich Channel 18 website or on our Town of Harwich YouTube page. Well, I hope everyone's doing well. We'll start off on the agenda with a notice of intent for 17 Bayview Road, Nominee Trust at 17 Bayview Road, map 7, parcel J6-2. It's a proposal for land management, including invasive species removal, landscapes improvements, and due to an error in advertising this year, continued with testing February 17th, 2021. Any updates on that, Amy, or should we just make a motion to continue?
No, I just want to make it clear that it was our error in our office, not the applicant's error about the advertising, and wish for a continuance until February 17th.
Okay. Well, I move that we grant the continuance for 17 Bayview Road until February 17th, 2021. Could I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Okay, so we'll go ahead with roll call for all the commissioners. Those in favor say aye, those opposed say nay. And I'll start with Stan.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Carolyn.
Aye.
Ernie. Yeah, you're still muted, Ernie. I'm pretty sure you just gave us an aye. Huh. Yeah, your light came on, but you're still muted. Well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and we have a majority here, so I'm going to say aye, Brad Chase, myself. Okay, Ernie just came in, so the motion carries 7-0. All right, moving on. The next item on the agenda is a notice of intent for 64 Snowen Road, Realty Trust for 0 Snowen Road, map 15, parcel N8-B-0-R. It's a proposal for a pier, ramp, and float with dredging, and the applicant has requested a continuance until February 17th, 2021, and I move that we grant that request. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Mark. And again, all those in favor say aye, starting with Stan.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Carolyn. Yeah, it didn't come through, Carolyn. You
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you ask my name. Carol, aye.
Sorry. Okay. Ernie.
Aye.
Myself, Brad Chase, aye. So the motion carries 7-0. All right. Next on the agenda, we have a notice of intent for 18 Captain Todd Way, map 103, parcel W1-21. It's a proposal for new dwelling. And I guess I'll ask if there's a representative here of the project who would like to speak.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. This is John O'Reilly, project engineer.
Good evening.
Thank you. Also with us tonight is Mark and Bree Allen, the applicants. You folks should be looking at a plan that was revised January 27th, 2021, of course. We were here about a month ago, and the board had given us some direction as to what their concerns were. And just to refresh everyone's mind, the Allens are in the process of trying to purchase this property, and part of their due diligence, of course, is to see if they can have the necessary approvals to construct the home that they're hoping to construct. So what the Allens did is, since our last meeting, they worked with their architect and reduced the house footprint to a size that they can have remaining. We've also flipped the stairs on the deck to get them lined up directly with the pathway. And of course, we pulled the dwelling in a southwest direction. Basically, we shifted it about 15 feet to the left as you look at it from the road. And we also tightened up the limit of work line from what the previous plan had shown. So currently we're proposing about 2,900 square feet of hardscape. And if you remember, the original proposal was just shy of 3,400 square feet of hardscape within the buffer. So we have shown a reduction of within the buffer. Also, to give you an idea of the reduction we made is under the original limit of work line, we were showing around the building, that was just shy of 17,000 square feet of potential disturbance based on our original filing. And I think that was one of the concerns the commission had, particularly not only within the buffer, but also made comments of outside the buffer. The current proposal is 12,600 square feet. So we've by pulling in the limit of work and shifting the houses we've done, we've returned almost 4,000 square feet, or over 4,000 square feet, back to having it remain as is, based on the limit of work that's currently proposed. The septic system is basically in the same location. Driveway is in the same configuration, again shifted with the home. So by making the shift, we pull the closest structure to the edge of the wetland to 65 feet. So we have room, and that's the setback between the back corner of the garage and flag number 5. I'm sorry, 6. And by the shift of the house that we made, we are able to hug the back of the home with a pathway that will connect the area from under the deck to around to the outdoor shower that's off the back right corner of the garage, and then pathway leading to the driveway area. The intent of the proposal is to plant native species within the hatched area that's shown on the finished detail that's on the lower left corner of the plan. I did not do a detailed planting plan like you saw at the last proposal, but the intent is that, if the commission saw a way to ultimately approving the project, we would provide a planting plan similar to the one that you had originally seen. I felt that we wanted to try to see how the commission felt about the location of the house we're currently proposing, and then be able to go from there. That is about it on the plan. I did give you a separate 11 by 17 sheet of paper that showed the outline in red of the originally proposed house and driveway, as well as the the limit of work line that's also shown in red. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. I'll first ask Amy if she has any summary comments for us.
Thank you. At the last meeting, myself and the commission requested that the Allens and their engineer look at a way to, minimize the project a little bit, have a little bit less impact to the buffer zone, get a little bit farther away from the wetland itself. So thank you for those considerations. And I do think, being able to take another 4,000 square feet out of the picture from disturbance is a big deal. As Mr. O'Reilly said, the closest structure, not, structure to the wetland is 65 feet. There's been a reduction overall in structure as a result of the changes that they made. As I wrote in my summary, what it really comes down to is the mitigation piece. The lot is in its natural state. In my professional opinion, denying a structure that's outside of your 60-foot no new structure or no new building area because they can't meet mitigation requirements is difficult on an undeveloped lot because it, in essence, in my opinion, creates a 100-foot no disturb zone, which our regulations don't say we have. It's something we need to work on for sure. Our bylaw, also, it's a regulation as well. It is not a bylaw. As proposed, I'm just reading this right from my summary, so the commission has it, but the applicant hasn't seen it. I cannot say how the proposed project will have an adverse impact to the wetland resource area or its interests. This house would be up close to the road and sandwiched between other homes. To me, it would be hard to quantify any impact to the wetland itself as a result of this project greater than 60 feet away. While I do agree that they cannot meet our mitigation requirement as it's written, perhaps we can consider some other type of mitigation, but even if they can't mitigate in absence of our in lieu fee option or the applicant's ability to offsite mitigation, I would have to recommend approval because I do not see how a denial, it would be a denial, in my opinion, under the Harwich Wetland Protection Regulations. I'd much rather condition the project as we see fit. Whereas if we were to deny it, and if it did receive a superseding order and approval, if you denied under the act and it received a superseding order, if you denied under the bylaw and it received a court order, I think it would be with far fewer restrictions. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my comments.
All right, thanks, Amy. Appreciate it. All right, so I'll start with comments and questions from the commissioners, and I'll begin with Ernie.
Don't see Ernie on here right now, Brad. Maybe we come back.
I see Ernie, but I can't hear him.
Hang on, I'm coming.
Oh, there we
Wait a
go.
minute.
If you
Can you
want,
hear
I
me?
can come back to you. Yep.
Yeah, please do. Yeah.
All right. I flipped. Last time I kind of picked on Stan, so I thought I'd start at the other end of the viewing screen. Well, let me start with Carolyn then.
Okay, I thank Mr. and Mrs. Allen for resituating the house. And I agree with Amy that I don't see how we can deny it, but the mitigation is an issue. As I'm looking at this, I'm sure Mr. and Mrs. Allen have been briefed that they will not be allowed to have fertilization and irrigation on this property within the 100-foot. It doesn't look like they're proposing much. Outside of the 100-foot, though, they do have ornamental plantings, and while we can't regulate that, it would be nice if they could offer to use native plantings there, and for color, they could have pots of impatiens or even pots of hydrangeas that would not be as much of a drain into the soil. So that's what I would like to see.
All right, thanks, Carolyn. Next, I'll go to Jim.
Yep. So yeah, I appreciate that it was the house was moved out of the 100-foot somewhat. I think my concern with this project overall is that it's a very large house, and it's easy to see how you could have a house. You could develop this property with little to no disturbance in the 100-foot buffer. And, you know, our regulations require that any activity be minimized in the 100-foot buffer. And I don't think I think this lot is easily developable without this much impact. And, you know, I do somewhat disagree that no mitigation is needed. Our regulations do allow different types of mitigation. It's not limited in any way. So without any mitigation offered, I'm not supportive of it as it's planned here. That's it.
Thanks, Jim. Mark?
I think the effort to adjust the house and the location and so forth is all very good. I think they've done well with it. My only suggestion would be to be supportive of the naturalization as much as possible to revegetate whatever's disturbed, to put it back as natural as you can. I totally agree with what Amy said. I don't see a reason for this not to be approved. And I think overall they've done a good job. But like I say, if the formal landscape can be toned down as much as possible and encourage indigenous species, I think would be beneficial. And my personal opinion is that's the best we can hope for. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. John?
Yeah, I guess at this point, I've got to say, I agree with Jim's sentiments, but I agree with what Mark just said. And I would ask for, if we do go ahead and approve this project tonight, I would like to see a firm commitment of some sort, even though it's not exactly jurisdictional, for no use of fertilizers, insecticides, pesticides of any kind on the property at all. And there is a lawn here, and it's outside the 100-foot buffer, so we can't really condition that. But, you know, and it's not exactly one-to-one or one-to-two, but I would like to see a commitment to just plant that with native grasses.
Oh, sorry, John. If I could just add that maybe the commission could look at that as a form of a little bit of mitigation. And it wasn't my intent, if I came off that way, to say that they shouldn't do mitigation. I would just we have to talk about other options. Potentially, this could be one if the commission sees fit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, John. Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Stan?
Yeah, I'm kind of in agreement with Amy and the others about the redesign. It was a good effort to minimize the disturbance. I guess my only concern is in the past, looking at natural lots like this and the whole issue of mitigation as to how this plays, or if we don't have mitigation, how do we accept that versus some of the others that we've denied?
Good point, Stan. All right, we'll hopefully come back to that in a minute. Ernie, do you want to have any comments at this point?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Oh, good. I apologize for being technically challenged tonight. I've got 3 PCs trying to run and none of them seem to work well. So nonetheless, Yeah, listening to the comments, I agree with what Mark said, that this is a difficult lot from the perspective of mitigation, but I would like to see as much as can possibly be done on the site, in addition to which, you know, I'll put in my 2 cents again for fertilizer, and, you know, the absence of any fertilizer on this kind of a lot, I think would strengthen their request for not having any other mitigation on this lot. So I would strongly be in favor of approving this with a 0 fertilizer on the entire lot condition, if that's agreeable to everybody else. That's where I am. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ernie. Just to bounce a quick one off of Amy, I don't think we can make that requirement, right? That cannot be in our order of conditions.
Well, it can be in the order, it's whether or not how enforceable it is. It almost seems like some sort of an additional restriction on a lot, and that would be something I would have to look into a little bit more. I'm not sure if the engineer knows more about something like that or not, but I mean, we have regulation, 100 feet is standard, and then activities that do take place outside the 100-foot buffer but have an impact to the wetland potentially can be regulatable, but that's a really difficult thing to prove. But some sort of additional deed restriction or something potentially could be looked into.
All right. I have a quick question for anybody. Will the walkway to access the proposed dock be included in this notice of intent or the next? Or the pathway?
I think the pathway, through the chair, John O'Reilly, the pathway is a part of this application, that it will be maintained in its location, trimmed back, and the little stubs just clipped off at the surface. But I think we talked about that the last time. It's just going to really remain as it is now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Carolyn, do you have a comment?
Looking at this plan, on the farthest outside, away from the house, is existing native vegetation to remain. And then inside the limit of work line is they plan to replant with high bush blueberry, sweet pepper bush, and inkberry. That's a lot of planting. That's a sizable area. I don't know if it's one to, but that seems to be a serious attempt to reestablish some of the damage that was done, to mitigate some of the damage that was done.
Through the chair, John O'Reilly again. I thought I made that point, but the hatched area on the finished detail, again, on the lower left corner, it might be a little faded on your prints, but everything except the lawn in the front of the house outside the jurisdiction, the gravel driveway, and the ornamental foundation plantings up against the house, everything else is going to be planted, as the plan said, with the high bush blueberry, sweet pepper bush, inkberry, and after the house is constructed and the limit of work is, and the area is planted out with the native, we're putting back just over 3,800 square feet of native planting. That's what the hatched area represents. So it's not as if we're putting ornamentals in that hatched area. This is all native. We're just looking to do ornamental up against the foundation between the walkway and the house, and then of course have a lawn area. We've been to the site, the area.
Also going. That was Ernie. Sorry, Ernie, I muted you.
I'm sorry. As I was saying, they're proposing a lawn area in front of the house. So it's really the ornamental plantings between the walkway and the house we're proposing. the lawn area, and everything else outside those areas, and driveway included, is going to be replanted with native. We're looking for a lawn in the front of the house as opposed to another area outside the buffer zone, because if you remember, the eastern corner of this lot slopes up. So the old proposal had quite a bit of grading in that area for the driveway. And by shifting and pulling it over to the west, we've eliminated that requirement. So our idea was to pull that limit of work in. So we're trying to centralize the lawn area for the family. They have no backyard, so that's going to be their play area. And so we just tried to maximize as best we could.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, can I just say something? Are you there, Brad? I'm going to take Brad's silence as permission to speak. I just want to make a statement about the whole business about fertilizers and chemicals, and I'm stating the obvious, which everybody knows, but I'm going to say it anyway, which is that Harwich taxpayers are footing big bills these days to mitigate the effects of septic systems, fertilizers on people's lawns, fertilizers in cranberry bogs. Just spent several $100,000 trying to fix Hinkley's Pond, which is downstream from Long Pond, not to mention the however many tens of millions of dollars Harwich taxpayers are paying for sewering in town in order to meet some criteria for not dumping nutrients into our tidal waters. So this backs all the way up to somebody wanting to develop an undisturbed lot. And so I think it's highly reasonable for us to, specifically where other mitigation is not possible, to insist that the homeowners, the builders, make a commitment to not make any further contributions to these problems that we're all trying to straighten out now. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox.
No, thank you, John. I'm back, and it's good comments. It's a tricky proposal, getting back to what Stan suggested, and as well as I think Jim's comments on minimizing impacts. It's hard to do, and mitigation gives us that one opportunity to try to make things right with these types of properties. I know in the past when we've had undisturbed lots like this, we've really looked to not extend any impacts to the 0 to 50 or the resource areas. And I think this proposal is striving to do that. My question would be, have they minimized impacts in the 50 to 100 as much as possible? So, but again, we're left with the mitigation issue. So, any additional comments? I'm not sure how folks feel about, ruling on this tonight, if we want to see more detail to the planting plans. I don't know how people feel about that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, let me just ask, are the applicants willing to agree to putting either a rider on the deed or some sort of a permanent agreement that there will be no fertilizer on this lot?
Well, let's put that to the applicants or to their representative if they want to think that over.
Yeah, I think, first off, I appreciate everyone's time going through this as we try to get to an answer here. Just given that we're hearing about this for the first time, I don't know if right now at this moment we're willing to make that concession, but it is certainly something that we'll work with John and others to get to. It seems reasonable to us hearing it. And John, I appreciate your remarks with a bit of that, the impact of the fertilizers. We certainly will do everything that we can to minimize any impact across Harwich and the Cape. So we very much are listening to what you're saying, and we'll take it into consideration.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'll call on Carolyn, then back to Amy.
I've lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. it'll come back to me at an inopportune time.
Anytime. All right, Amy?
Sorry, Carolyn, if I was the cause of that. If the Allens are interested in speaking further about other options for, I understand the desire to want to have an area to be able to use. And there's a lot of native ground covers and a lot of different native seed mixes that, they weren't on the market or readily available 10 years ago. There are seed mixes that do very well without fertilization, without much water, and will still give you some semblance of yard area out the front. So not really something we necessarily need to chat about tonight, but if you wanted to reach out to me, I'm more than happy to talk to you about it.
Thanks, Amy. Looks like Carolyn's back.
Brad, I did notice that there were people in the audience, at least when we were first signed on, and I believe it's a next door neighbor.
Okay, thank you. All right, it's probably a good time to ask if there's any comments from members of the audience.
We don't really have any big comments. The only other thing we wanted to mention, this is Kathleen Smith, by the way, I'm sorry, but from 382 Long Pond Drive. And I think the comment that we have now probably pertains to when they asked for their permit for the dock. So would you like me to wait on that?
Yes, please. That'll be coming up in just a couple minutes.
Okay. Otherwise, it seems like people are certainly trying their best, so.
All right, thank you. All right, well, it looks like we're heading towards a continuance for this notice of intent. And I think the message we're getting is that, we'd like to see impacts in the 50 to 100 minimized as much as possible, and some more detail on plantings, and then consideration for some restrictions on the front side of the house. Anything else from commissioners that you'd like to ask them to consider as we continue?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mark.
Just a reminder that there are some townwide fertilizer regulations that are in the process of being worked on. I don't know exactly the status of that just yet, but that is all in the works. Everybody's aware and mindful of it. In addition, I am satisfied with what I'm seeing as far as plantings and putting things back in order. And if anybody else is interested, I'm prepared to move on this to gain approval.
Thank you, Mark. What I'm hearing is that some consultation is needed between the potential owners and their representative. And that is one thing that could cause this to be continued. You also heard some expressions of, trying to minimize the footprint as much as possible in the 50 to 100, which I think you've done a good job so far. Any further thoughts on a continuance?
John O'Reilly here, through the chair. I think if the commitment to use or non-use of fertilizer is key to getting the commission to vote in favor of this, I think that we do need to have a conversation with the Allens, because I don't know what kind of mechanism is out there that would get you where you want to go. And before we commit to anything, we want to make sure that it's something that can be done. First of all, the other question I had is, Amy, you had mentioned, on-site mitigation, or if there was off-site mitigation. Is there any potential for off-site mitigation? And I'm not talking in lieu of, but obviously, the Allens want to consider all options when they're looking to build on the property. And I was just wondering if there were other options out there for mitigation.
we have lots of places that could be mitigated. We just don't have until town meeting the mechanism to accept any type of funding for that. My recommendation, I mean, you potentially, as you heard from the commission, have opportunity for on-site-ish mitigation, if you will, by leaving as much of the area outside the 100-foot as natural as possible. With the exception, I know you want that little bit of lawn area, but you know, in most circumstances, area outside the 100-foot buffer zone, you know, if somebody came in and wanted to clear up to the 100-foot line, they could just do that without Conservation Commission approval. So, you know, potentially that could be considered. If it could be made a little bit more clear on the plan, what areas are going to remain natural that are outside the 100. Just a thought. I don't unfortunately have. We have lots of things I can think of that we would like to do for other places in town for offsite mitigation. But again, it comes down to how we accept that.
Okay, I thought that was the answer. I just wanted to ask since you brought up the offsite issue.
I brought it up because I didn't know, you know, if the Allens had other properties in town that, you know, and sometimes that's the case. So that's why I brought that up in particular.
Okay, just to provide a little more context here, so we don't have, there are no other properties that we've identified at this time. We certainly are committed to working with a landscape specialist. If there's ways that we can accomplish having, you know, with 3 young daughters, you know, this property is attractive to us as long as we can have some sort of semblance of a play area without a backyard. In looking at the plans here, there's not a whole lot of lawn there, but if we can achieve that in a way that is conducive to not using fertilizer, we certainly will take that into consideration and are committed to working with folks to get to that desired result. You know, as John alluded to at the beginning of this, we're still trying to figure out if we can build what we want to build for our family. We plan to be here for as long as we're alive, and we're going through that exploratory phase now where we want to get to close on being able to get this approved, or is there still a sizable gap? Because, you know, the sellers of this property are working with us on a timeline, but we have a finite amount of time to get to an answer here. So I think what we can tell you is we're fully committed to working with landscape specialists to achieve no fertilizer. And we can
and the best plantings as we can on the property.
I couldn't hear that.
Plantings.
All right, well, thank you. So we are looking for a continuance, and it seems to be.
Brad,
Jim?
this is Jim. May I just make a comment?
Sure.
Just looking at the plan, it looks like the best opportunity for on-site mitigation that I can see would be a deed restriction or conservation restriction. So we have a significant amount of land outside of the 100-foot buffer on the southeast corner, which really, you know, the property owners could clear or do as they wish with. There wouldn't be any Conservation Commission regulations on that land. However, it's really the same type of habitat as is in our buffer zones. It's all flowing directly downhill to the resource areas. So having that land protected and stay in its natural state is some pretty valuable mitigation for this lot, if that's something that they would consider.
All right, good suggestion, Jim. All right, well, maybe, John, you can take those ideas into consideration. The front side fertilizer use, the conservation restriction, additional details on plantings, just,
Yes, sir. I think that seeking a continuance to your next meeting would be great.
okay. And I think the overall, trying to minimize, footprint at 50 to 100. Okay. Any further comments from commissioners or anyone else? All right, well then I move that we continue the hearing for 18 Captain Todd Way, proposal for new dwelling until February 17th, 2021.
I'll second.
All right,
Go ahead.
seconded by Carolyn. All right, all those in favor indicate by saying aye, or nay, starting with Ernie.
Aye.
See, Carolyn.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye. Aye.
John.
Aye.
Stan.
Aye.
And myself, Brad Chase, aye. The motion carries 7-0. All right, thank you very much for the discussion and your time.
Thank you.
Yep, and we'll move straight on to the next notice of intent, which is for 18 Captain Todd Way, map 103, parcel W1-21, proposal for a seasonal dock.
Thank you. Through the chair, John O'Reilly again. We were here a month ago. The commission, I believe, was ready to make a motion to approve pending Waterways Committee meeting, which we did have 2 weeks ago. They approved the, I think they gave you some wording. I don't want to put words in their mouth, but they gave their blessing to the dock as it was designed, and they only wanted, they were hung up a little bit on the fact that the Allens were buying the lot and not the current owner. So they did want to make sure that, when the dock gets in, if it gets in, that the owner of the land would apply for it, which I think is pretty straightforward. So I'd be happy to answer any questions. Again, the commission seemed pretty positive about it.
All right, thank you. Amy, any new comments or additional thoughts?
Nope, other than we can't really condition ownership. We condition the project to the location, not the person. So I would recommend approval just when if they do get approved and get a dock with a boat, that they have to get the permit from the harbor master for that boat. So I would recommend approval.
All right, thanks, Amy. All right, we'll go through comments from the commissioners. I'll start with you, Ernie.
I have no comments.
All right, Carolyn.
No comment.
Yep, Jim.
No comments.
All right, Mark.
No comments.
And John.
No comments.
Stan.
No comment.
All right, thank you. I don't recall how detailed we discussed conditions last time, so I just want to confirm that off-season storage of the sections would be outside of the 0 to 50. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's a note on the plan accordingly.
Okay. All right. Any comments from members of the audience?
May I speak?
Yes, please. Please identify yourself.
This is Kathleen Smith again, a butter at 382 Long Pond Drive. And the only thing I wanted to do was a piece of information that, and I don't even know that it impacts how it impacts this, but that in the springtime, there is no beach there, whereas walking down there now, you see probably 10 feet of beach or something. So I really don't know how that impacts it, but I just wanted to make that as a point of interest, that's all.
All right, thank you. I've got a question for you. Is that really particular to this past season where we had near drought conditions, or is that found all the time where you have that large beach exposed right now?
It's probably, it is somewhat to this season, but it really happens every year. You know, there's no beach there. And then by the end of the summer, there usually is some beach, but the drought, I think, probably impacted it somewhat.
Mhm. All right, thank you.
Okay.
All right, unless there are any additional comments, I'll ask for a motion from one of the commissioners.
I'll make a motion to approve the seasonal dock at 18 Captain Todd Way.
Okay, could I have a second, please?
I'll second it. May I,
Right.
may I raise a, Brad, can I raise a point though?
Yeah, let me just first recognize that Stan has seconded it, so on the discussion, Ernie?
Yes, Amy mentioned previously that we couldn't approve this for the applicants where they don't own the property. Does that apply to the dock as well?
The owners actually signed off on the note, the actual owners of the property signed off on the notices of intent, so it is valid.
Okay, good question. All right, any further comments on the discussion? All right, seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. Starting with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Stan.
Aye.
And myself, Brad Chase, aye. So the motion carries 7-0. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have a notice of intent for 0 Old Campground Road, map 30, parcels C6, C7, C8, and C9. It's a proposal for a new dwelling. Do we have a representative here for this project? Looks like you're muted, John. Yep.
Yep. Yeah. I'm sorry. For the record, John O'Reilly. I do not know if Ms. White or Mr. Colton is on the call. I know they were traveling this week. If they are, they can certainly chime in if need be. This is another piece of land off of Old Campground Road. My firm was here, I think, a year ago now, for 2 parcels to the south of this, wherein orders of conditions were granted for those vacant lots on to the south. This parcel is over 3 acres. It's 201,000 square feet in size. We have several wetland resources associated with this. We certainly have a BVW. There's a series of old bogs to the north, to the east, and to the south of this site. We are on a little bit of a peninsula. We are also subject to coastal storm flowage that has a base flood elevation of 11. And as you get out onto the peninsula, onto the higher ground of the lot, because of the slope of that landform, we are also dealing with a coastal bank as a result of the land subject to coastal storm flowage. Now, I did put on the site plan section lines throughout that peninsula area around the proposed home to show that the slope of the ground falls between 4-to-1 and 10-to-1, and under the DEP coastal bank policy, the top of the bank would be recognized as the flood zone, or elevation 11 in this case. So what we proposed is, back up one thing. There is a old set of vehicle tracks that run from Old Campground Road through an abutting property and then out onto the outer peninsula and all the way almost to the end of it. The current owner uses that several times a year, but certainly it's not an active vehicle tracks and does not go anywhere other than as it's shown on the plan. So what we're proposing is to provide a 12-foot wide paved driveway from Old Campground Road through the neck of the lot, if you will, and then out into the upper portions of the peninsula. On either side of the driveway, we're calling for the electrical and underground utilities on one side and with water supply line on the opposite side. We are holding pretty much existing grade with the driveway as it runs off of Old Campground Road and out towards the peninsula. We're doing that so to keep the minimum, keep the disturbance to a bare minimum, but also allowing the existing grade to have us place 2 small swales, which will act as a catchment area for runoff from the driveway and then prior to discharge over land. From the neck of the lot, we climb almost 9 feet in elevation, where we get up to a proposed 2-bedroom dwelling. The house and garage is a ranch. The house is a ranch style single floor living. It has a footprint of 2,800 square feet. The applicants are looking to make this a passive solar house, and so we are looking to, the orientation of the house is directly due south. There is a garage on the west side of the building, and the living space is along the north and east sides. Within the alcove, we do have a 20 by 10 in-ground pool. There is not any proposal for deck, patio. They would like to have an area, basically lawn or grassed area with a fire pit or a sitting area for outdoor enjoyment. And they're looking to construct an 18 by 18 shed to the north of the building. The sewage system is designed for the 2 bedrooms that are being proposed. You can see that we are placing the leaching facility and the reserve area within an area that's outside 100 feet from the coastal bank. We are almost 130 to 135 feet from the BVW, or the groundwater interface, if you will. But we do comply with the 100-foot setback that is a requirement of the local Board of Health regulations. The house is positioned based on the available room of the septic system. The foundation has been modified to keep that house as far north as possible, and still allow for some solar work to the south of the building. Limit of work line is going to be your straw wattle and silt fence for a backup. And I do have several conservation notes on the plan. We have held the limit of work line far away on the north side of the dwelling, and the reason for that is the homeowners are hoping, or the applicants are hoping, to do some farming. So as far as having a garden on the north side of the home and far enough away that it still gets sunlight, far enough away from the dwelling, excuse me. Happy to answer any questions you might have. We have, I'm sorry, I was just going to add, we have positioned the house to maintain the 60-foot buffer from the resource as well. And other than the driveway, we are not proposing any work within the 50-foot buffer for the home construction. Now I'm done. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Amy, do you have any summary comments for us?
Sure. Where to start? This is a really beautiful property. I think, so let me go back to Coastal Bank. The question came up during the on-site today, you know, we're so far inland, how is this possibly a coastal bank? And it is because it is technically land subject to coastal storm flowage all the way from, I believe, the creek that leads into Allen Harbor. So it is quite a far distance away, but by definition, according to the Wetlands Protection Act, you know, it's land subject potentially to tidal action or other wetland that's directly connected all the way down to Nantucket Sound. So technically we do have a coastal bank here where we do have the slope for that to create that vertical buffer, if you will, in the event of a 100-year storm event. So, but that being said, in my opinion, the more critical wetland here really is the bordering vegetated wetland itself. It's extensive around pretty much the whole property. The property really is a peninsula. And I do think maybe even been a little bit generous with some of your wetland lines here. We have small bordering vegetated wetlands that you know on the plan. Our regulatable wetland size is 3,000 square feet. I don't know what those wetland sizes are. Particularly as you get closer to the road, you have a few BVWs where you have 50-foot buffer zones to them because we don't quite have coastal banks there. So that's my own, I have a little bit of a question, the delineation in that I don't know if a couple of those little BVWs, if they are truly fragmented and more like isolated wetlands, John, are they regulatable? And then, so I'd like to maybe have a little conversation with that, or maybe John, if you could look into that a little bit more, I'd be happy to chat more with you about that. For me, I think the potential biggest impact here is really this long driveway. It's a very long distance. It's within the 50 to 100. A thought that we had when out on site, maybe a little bit unconventional and off what I'm sure Mr. O'Reilly was, clearly wanting to keep the driveway as far away from the wetlands as possible. But it's the topic for discussion is, would the commission think about allowing this owner to potentially use some of the vehicle tracks on the property to minimize disturbance and to its outer buffer zone, if you will. Some of those vehicle tracks are within the 50-foot buffer, but again, by doing so, you would prohibit or eliminate the need to disturb currently undisturbed area. Another thought we had is the start of that path starts on another property. Is there an opportunity for an easement or something along those lines? Again, it is the 0 to 50, but to minimize other disturbance that you have on the lot since you already have disturbance there. And it is a very well-traveled open area. So just something to look into. And in regards to the house itself and the limit of work, I do, respect that they want a garden and passive solar. Nikki did this review and I reviewed it with her and we appreciate that. But if it means disturbing more of the native area, I think we would like to see that tightened up a little bit. Those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. All right, let's get comments and questions from the commissioners, and I'll start with Ernie.
Thanks, Brett. Yeah, Amy, I was thinking about that discussion we had this afternoon about utilizing the existing vehicle track that's in there. A couple of comments. One, the proposed driveway is going to be sited outside of the 50, which I think has merit. And since there's so little opportunity for mitigation on this property, since it's so naturalized, I think I'd probably sway more toward the idea of using this existing track as an opportunity or a site for mitigation. Allow it to renaturalize, require plantings on the existing vehicle track that's there so that it could restore itself back to a natural state. And at the same time, if we put a new one in where it's been outlined on the plan, we'll keep it out of the 50. So there would be less potential impact from that new driveway with runoff, oil, salt, whatever else they might put on it. So
I understand that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sort of leaning in that direction, I think, more so than asking for an easement and utilizing a portion of the existing track that does dip down into the 50. So that's my first thought. The second one is the proposed 12-foot wide driveway is noted on the plan that it would be paved, and I'd be firmly against that. I don't believe that based on the disturbances that are going to be taking place on this lot as it is, given the wetlands that are just everywhere on this potential site on each side of it, I would not be in favor at all of having a paved driveway going through this lot. So for now, that's the only comments I had. Thank you.
All right,
Can I
thanks,
ask a
Ernie.
follow-up for Ernie?
Sure.
So, and also directed to John. So currently the mitigation that you're providing is the 5,100 square feet of tire tracks that will be abandoned. Would, instead of abandoning, would they be willing to replant?
Well, I think that I'm taking notes, and I think I fully expect to go back to the applicants with a laundry list of things that we need to talk about. And, you know, we've had one speaker, one commission member mention the vehicle tracks, and shrubbery was mentioned. So yeah, it's something that we'll have to go back to the owner with. And I'm sure all these questions and suggestions I'll review with them, and you know, we're going to have to come back for some, you know, with a modified plan of some sort.
Okay, I'll be quiet now.
Sorry.
All right, Ernie, were you finished? Okay, Carolyn?
I agree with Ernie that I don't like the idea of a paved driveway that big in that that beautiful spot. I'm betwixt and between using the path that's there. It's certainly much more narrow, and I think that's an advantage, using the old tracks. But I'm betwixt and between on that. But I don't like the idea of a paved driveway. That's all for now.
All right, thank you. Jim?
Yeah, to me, this is really a marginally buildable lot. It's got so many wetland resources, pristine nature of it, and where, as proposed, we're going to have really significant impacts. Just the habitat fragmentation alone is just a huge impact with this proposal. You'll see the septic is almost immediately going to start adding nutrients to the resource area. So it's really an impactful project here. So without some really strong mitigation, I wouldn't be in favor of this proposal.
All right, thanks, Jim. John? Oh, yeah. Okay, John, I'll come back to you, Mark.
Yeah, well, I'm on board with Ernie's comments, both of them, but I also agree with Jim that this is a tough one. And furthermore, John mentioned the desire of the applicants to do farming. Doesn't strike me how that could possibly work here. I mean, there's a little patch on the lot as a whole that's outside of the 100, and the house is being built on most of it. So farming implies more nutrients added. And I think that if we were to approve this, certainly we would be insisting that there would be no fertilizers of any sort used on the property. So that, I get the impulse, but I don't know that it works here. Thank you.
All right, thanks, John. Mark?
I'm pretty much in line with Ernie's thoughts regarding the driveway. The planting in the old dirt road, I think, is probably a positive thing. I would suspect, from what I've seen, that using that or trying to utilize part of that dirt road and the means to access the property would ultimately be more detrimental than to cut the new driveway in. I don't think I'd support that particular idea. I can see the necessity of leaving the asphalt pavement out of it. Previous driveway is clearly going to be better suited. The drainage swales as where they are, in addition, I think would be beneficial. And to John's point regarding the farming, there's other methods that can be employed for a home garden to bolster the soil and genuinely produce good plant health that I don't think would be an impact to the area or anything of the sort. So I wouldn't discourage the owner from trying to establish a food plot of some fashion, and I'm sure it's going to be relatively controlled just because it's a limited space. That's all.
Thanks, Mark. And Stan?
Yeah, I don't have any additional comments. I think the major points have been raised by the other commissioners.
All right, thanks, Dan. All right. At this point, I'll ask if there's any comments from members of the audience. All right, seeing none.
Brad?
Yes.
May I make one other point? And I think Jim raised a good comment as far as having a Title V system on this particular piece of property where it's so close to the 50 and surrounded by vegetated wetlands. John, I wonder if there's any opportunity for you to come back with a proposal to put an IA type of septic system in here as opposed to a Title V. If you did, I think that might help us as far as the concerns that Jim raised. We seldom have come up with that suggestion for people, but I think it's one that we ought to entertain more. I know there have been a couple of comments made about our sewering system here in town, and the comments being that if we had more use of IA systems, that would help mitigate the nitrogen load, particularly in areas that we're not sewering, obviously, which I think this is probably one of. But it's just something for you to consider when you take your comments back to the applicants.
Thanks, Ernie. So we're looking at a continuance. Amy, you had some comments on wetlands delineations. Are those well framed so that John can come back with some more information for us on that?
Yeah, I'd like to, if it's good, so we can save time here, I can talk to John offline about those things.
Okay. That'd be helpful. And I think Ernie's comments are really good, as well as the comments on the driveway. So there are some things for you to work with. You've heard some concerns expressed over, the viability of this project meeting, performance standards. And so I think you've got some direction on where to go. Any last comments from anyone else on the commission or otherwise?
Through the chair, John O'Reilly again.
Yes.
I just want to, when the word farming came out of my mouth, I knew I used the wrong term. They're not looking to do industrial farming or, agricultural. What it was is when I was talking to Mr. Colton and Ms. White, I said, we reviewed the fact that this is a very sensitive lot. There's not a lot of room to work. And initially it was just the house and driveway and septic system and then grading that was going to be proposed. And I was talking with them, it was, well, are you want outdoor enjoyment area? Are you looking to do, because if you folks are going to try to get the limit of work as tight to the building as possible. And if you don't plan for things, you won't be able to do them in the future without another permit. So garden was one of them, a fire pit area was one, and then the shed was the other thing. So that's how we came up with the layout and the configuration of the limit of work. So the garden is for the house. It's a retirement home for these two individuals, and they want to garden for their vegetables and so forth. And I believe there are organic fertilizers and organic treatments that are being promoted for use in agriculture. And I think we could live with a no fertilizer as long as it's worded that it's organic fertilizer could be used. But I do have a laundry list of items, and I'd like the 17th if it's still available. Although I don't know if I'll have all the answers, but I'd like to continue to that date if possible.
Mr. Chairman,
How's the 17th? Oh, sorry, John, go ahead.
I just want to reiterate that no fertilizers means no fertilizers, including organic fertilizers. And Mark is probably right. He is a farmer. I am not. That there are ways to grow perfectly good vegetables without fertilizers. But I was just pointing out that will be a restriction on any permit that comes out of this process. And I also just like to point out, I'm not sure it's material, but I've been looking at a satellite map, and it looks to me like this is in the Herring River watershed, not the Allen Harbor watershed.
Thanks.
Thanks, John. I would agree. I mean, I think from Google Earth, it's pretty plain that the property does to the north interact with the Herring River watershed. It may also interact with Allen's Harbor. I'm not sure about that, but it's clear that that eastern arm of the marsh from the Herring River does come over to the north of this. Okay, any last comments before we continue?
I'm all set, sir.
All right, seeing none, I motion that we continue this hearing for 0 Old Campground Road, map 30, parcels C6 through 9 until February 17th, 2001. Have a second, please?
I'll second.
All right, seconded by Ernie. All those in favor say aye, starting with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Stan?
Aye.
And myself, Brad Chase, aye. The motion carries 7-0. All right, thank you. We'll see you on the 17th.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just to let you know, anyway, I only have one more hearing tonight before our discussion, but the 17th, we also have 2 docks. So I would try to limit any further continuances until the 17th.
Okay.
And then go to March. Just a suggestion.
You know, that's a very good suggestion for us to pay attention to. Okay, next on the agenda, we have a notice of intent for 12 Bellbrook Lane, map 23, parcel X-A. It's a proposal for a new dwelling.
Good evening, David Clark Engineering. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. I represent the LeMays who'd like to build a house on this property. The 2 resource areas that are affected by this development is the land subject to coastal storm flowage, which is defined as elevation 11 in this particular case. And there is a cranberry bog to the west, and we have delineated, which is a bordering vegetated wetland, and we delineated that conservatively as the top of the bank of the ditch that encircles the cranberry bog. There is a gravel driveway in between the bog and this site that services, I think, 2 dwellings located to the northwest of this property. So the LeMays like to build a single-family home on the property. A small portion of it, of the development, is within the 100-foot buffer to the bog. I think it's 600 plus square feet. Lizzie Strode of Cape Organics is on the line to talk about the mitigation. We are providing mitigation within the closest proximity to the bog and still be on the property. The rest of the development is within land subject to coastal storm flowage, where we have a majority of the house and a Title V system. There is a retaining wall required for the Title V system due to the proximity of groundwater. And so we're bringing in approximately 5 feet of fill in order to meet the separation requirements of Title V for the bottom of the leaching facility to groundwater. The driveway, although we don't call it out, will be pervious. We also show walkways from the driveway to the front door, as well as from the back door of the garage around to the front driveway. Those will all be dry laid type pavers. The property will be served by town water. There is a water main on Bellbrook, which we'll be tying into. The Title V system is in compliance with both the Harwich Board of Health regulations and Title V. So under DEP's policy 86-1, there is a presumption that the Title V system will have no impact on the resource area. Be happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Amy, do you have a summary for us?
Sure. As Mr. Clark said, that this property is within the floodplain and partially within the 100-foot buffer zone to a vegetated wetland, which is the old bog, which is now owned by the Harwich Conservation Trust. My main comments are, is there a way, I see the limit of work really extends pretty much the entire property. And I know you're bringing in a lot of fill, but even though you're only proposing a small amount of structure within the 100-foot buffer, I'd really like to see if that limit of work can be brought in, maybe even exclude the proposed mitigation planting area, because as shown, I don't see how, a lot of the area in the 50 to 100-foot buffer zone technically could be disturbed by this, not necessarily by construction activities, but in the future, what's to prohibit additional yard area in that area where it is currently virgin or native land and plantings there. So especially on the southwest side of the property, I'd like to see how, put a limit of work somehow in there and not just along the property line. The other question is, could the project be shifted a little bit farther to the north to have, a little bit less impact to the buffer zone? And I'll just end with, they are providing mitigation for the structure that's within the buffer zone that they're proposing. We do technically have a regulation that states that in the flood zone, 1-to-1 mitigation is required. It's not proposed, and I don't see how they could do that on this lot. That being said, I think this lot is rather unique in that we have the trust owns the old bog, but the previous bog owner owns the road around it. So it is still an actively used access for that owner. And I think that does potentially more harm to the resource, just due to its proximity, than this activity would here. But I'd really like to see the limit of work brought in quite a bit. I would like to see potentially what they propose or expect to have for any yard area separate from egress, if there is any proposed within the 50 to 100-foot buffer, or even within the 50, because actually there's a small section of that in the south corner of the lot, and the limit of work again goes all the way to the edge of the lot. I just like to have a better idea of what's going to be their usable space here on the property. And I will end with that.
Thank you, Amy. All right, we'll go through comments and questions from commissioners. I'll start with Ernie.
I don't have any comments at this point.
All right, thank you. Carolyn?
I don't have any comments at this point either. I'm having a little bit of a hard time finding where the limit of work line is in the south area of the yard.
Carolyn, if you follow, the limit of work is shown
On the left, on the west side.
right on the property line. There's little dots on the line there.
Okay, I see it all now. And so you would like that to be brought up, like close to where the garage slab is?
Well, just as shown, it means that pretty much, to me, it means if it's within the limit of work, that entire area can be disturbed. And I'm guessing it's because, and I know the landscaper is on the call as well, or at least listening in. A lot of that may be due to the mitigation planting, but again, there's a lot of area that is not that area that potentially could be disturbed, and I just wouldn't want to see that happen.
And so where would you like that limit of work to end? On the west side. It's not very far down on the east side.
Oh, well, let me say this. I did run the work limit all the way down the property line because of the mitigation plantings. I'm quite confident that the mitigation plantings can be installed in a manner that doesn't create a lot of disturbance, and I can bring that work limit to 12 feet off the corner of the garage slab and reduce some of the regrading in that corner. So I could, at the end of the day, I could probably leave an additional 25 feet from the foot no disturb zone as being undisturbed. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that at all.
The limit of work on the east side ends really close to the number 10 there.
Yes.
You don't need to do any work on the proposed drive?
Yeah, we have to get into the site to do the work, and there's a road there. So really, there's no wetland resource area on that side of the dwelling other than land subject to coastal storm flowage.
I got it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Carolyn. Jim?
Yeah, I think my only concern or comment is the clarification of the limit of work and what's going on the southern portion of the property, which it sounds like is going to be addressed. So that's my only comment.
All right, thanks. Mark?
No remarks?
All right, John?
Yeah, so it appears to me, maybe I missed something in the description earlier, but it appears to me that there's a whole lot of room on this lot to the north of where the home is being proposed. So, Carolyn, could you mute please? Thank you. So I'm just wondering why, and I'm trying to sort of read the contours on the plan, and you're showing proposed contours, and what I take to be some point elevations. But is there a reason why you can't just move the whole thing out of the 100? That's my basic question.
Well, the most we can move it north is 2 feet, because we have to maintain a 20-foot separation between the foundation and the reserve area to the septic system. That would probably save 100 square feet of coverage within the 50 to 100. And again, I think I'm very conservative with the delineation of the wetland as being the top of the bank to the cranberry bog. I could, if I had it delineated by blue flags, I could probably pick up another 3 feet on that side, and that'd be 150 plus the 100 from moving the house. Yeah, I could probably do better on the coverage within the 50 to 100 by maybe 250 square feet. But as far as the Title V system, it's as far north as it can go. Because of the retaining walls, because this is not an upgrade of a Title V system, it's new construction. The retaining walls have to meet the zoning setback. The retaining walls are right at 11 feet. Give the contractor a little bit of breathing room along the property line. And then there also is a requirement of a separation for breakout purposes between the edge of the leach field and the retaining wall, and I believe I'm meeting the 10-foot requirement there. I could talk to Megan, the health agent, to see if I can shrink that up to 5, because there is a retaining wall with a flow barrier on it, and that would give me the opportunity to move the whole thing 7 feet to the north. So that would probably knock that coverage in half, I would say. Half that 636.
All right, John. I see you're having some problems, so I'll move on to Stan.
I have no comments.
This is the second time my network is cut out this evening, so I apologize.
Okay. Did you have any further comments, John?
Well, I just had another question, which is it also as far east as it can go?
Yes, it is. Without redesigning the house, it is 26 feet from the street sideline, where 25 feet is required under zoning. Looks like there's a lot of room there because the pavement of Bellbrook is all the way to the east side of the layout. It doesn't go down the center line.
I'm sorry, I wasn't asking about whether the house is as far east as it can go. I was asking whether the septic is as far east.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Which might make more room to move the house north.
The septic is as far, I might be able to get 5 more feet on that side too, but because the retaining wall is considered a structure, it has to meet the setback requirement of 25 feet from the street sideline. So there's no opportunity to move the wall further east, but I might be able to reconfigure the leaching system and get a little narrower so I could move the house back another foot maybe. So there's a potential there to move everything back 8 feet. And 8 feet on this plan would be that entire corner of the house that's over the 100-foot line right now, and that same width through the garage.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thanks, Stan.
Yeah, I don't have any comments.
All right, I guess I have a question. So with those adjustments to the footprint, would you still retain the 2-to-1 mitigation plantings, which I think are quite favorable for this project?
I was under the assumption that work within the floodplain didn't require any mitigation, and I believe Lindsay was too, and that's why he proposed 1,200 square feet of mitigation. We would leave the 1,300 that I show on my plan as mitigation, even though we're reducing within the 50 to 100 from the
Right.
DVW.
Yep, I think that would be favorable, and I think that the plantings are a positive feature to the proposal. Amy, any more thoughts on that mitigation package and the changes in footprint we just heard?
I would just say that we haven't consistently applied the one-to-one mitigation requirement for work in the floodplain. And again, I think if they were to, it sounds like, it sounds like there might be some ways to minimize structure. So that's a benefit within the 100-foot buffer zone. I think that would be good. And if they could retain the mitigation that they are proposing, I see that as a win. But I don't, in general, for this property, given that it's fragmented, again, from the wetland, I do think you could be a little bit lenient if you wanted to be on the one-to-one for floodplain mitigation.
Yep, thank you. So in terms of moving forward, we want to see some of these changes adopted in the plans. Amy, do you feel like we could move tonight on this, or we should wait to see plans come back to us?
I think the changes that you want are fairly, you want to see how far he can move it out of the 100-foot buffer. And definitely, it sounds like, David, you have to speak with Megan about the septic and if that can be altered. So I think I would like to see it come back before you. I think there's just a couple loose ends here that I wouldn't feel comfortable with doing administratively.
Okay.
And you don't have a file number yet either, right?
Oh yeah, correct. I forgot to mention that. We don't have a file number for this one, so we can't close it anyway.
We can't close. All right. Are you comfortable coming back to the first meeting in March as opposed to February 17th, which is very booked right now?
I would have to say I don't have a problem with it. I think given that we don't have a file number, it's going to take me some time to get a hold of Megan, and I know she's as busy as Amy is, and
probably busier with COVID.
Yeah. So I would feel better with the first meeting in March.
Okay. Yep. And what is that date, Amy?
It's a month from now, March 3rd.
Okay. Any comments from members of the audience?
Just if people are on the phone, it's *6 to talk.
Yeah, I think we should hear from Lindsay.
Oh, sorry.
I'm not putting you on the spot, Lindsay. If the commission has questions for Lindsay, he is. I see his name on the screen.
Yeah, but we didn't have too many specific questions. But if you want to, summarize your thoughts, we've seen your plan, but we'd be happy to hear your thoughts if you want to summarize them.
Well, I had the pleasure of walking that with Amy a couple weeks ago, and we pointed out there's some indigenous vegetation there within, outside the 100-foot, but within the disturbance area that we would anticipate relocating for the duration of the project and reinstalling. There's some American holly, there's some sheep laurel, there's some high bush blueberry, some viburnum that would otherwise just end up in the compost pile. So that being said, we do our best to move it out of the disturbance area, heal it in for the duration of the site disturbance, and then get it back in the ground as soon as possible.
Lindsay, what was that one that you pointed out to our AmeriCorps member, Caroline? I can't remember the name of the plant, but something we don't see too often.
Well, there was alder.
That's it.
There's alder in there, some speckled alder.
Mm.
All right, any specific questions for Lindsay? All right, seeing none, I'm going to move that we continue the hearing for 12 Bellbrook Lane, map 23, parcel X-A until March 3rd, 2021.
I'll second.
All right, seconded by John. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Starting with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Stan.
Aye.
Myself, Brad Chase, aye. So the motion carries 7-0. All right, we'll see you on March 3rd.
Thank you very much for your time tonight.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, David.
All right. Next on the agenda, we have orders of conditions, and we'll start with 31 Shore Road, map 2, parcel B1-7, installation of fiber roll, sand, and plantings. Amy,
We actually don't have that one yet, Mr. Chairman, because they haven't provided me with a final sets of plans.
Okay.
So I'll make sure that's on the next agenda. Don't have to continue.
Yep. Okay. Next, we have an order of conditions for 26 and 32 Neal Road and 43 Sackpatucket Bluff Road, map 9, parcels A5, A2, and A1-1 for dune enhancement and beach nourishment. Any summary comments for us, Amy?
There'll actually be 3 orders of conditions going out with the same number for the 3 different properties. They're all going to be the same, so I only put 1 in your Dropbox.
Okay.
I thought this was fairly straightforward, but if you have any edits, please let me know.
All right. So we'll just ask the commissioners to speak up if they have any edits. Carolyn?
Amy, in number 3, it says all sand nourishment shall be of native compatible grain, size, and color. If sand comes from another source other than sand dredged from Harwich's channels. But if they use the sand that's dredged from Harwich's channels, it's not going to be compatible, is it?
Yes, it will be compatible.
It will be.
Will
My
be.
recollection was that some of that sand there was very, very beautiful.
Well, it'll be a little bit grayer, so the color, but it will bleach out. But the sand that's in the channels is the sand that normally would end up here. And it's in the channels, not in like the basin of the harbor. It's just the stuff that annually silts into the channels. So it's almost as compatible as you can get.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Just if I can say, my impression about the sand on the beach there was that it had been blowing quite hard, and the lightest and finest sand gets blown around more than anything else. And there was some very fine sand there, but I don't know that that's representative of all the sand on the beach. It was just drifting in a few places.
I have a couple of questions for you. Amy, I was under the impression that they were going to scrape off the existing sand, put down the new, and then put the new sand back on top to maintain the finer sediment on the top of the sand. And that's not listed here.
I didn't put that because it was on the plan itself. I can add that point if you want to. At the top of the existing sands to be scraped off, new sand put down, and then the sand put on top of it. If you want me to make it clear and not just on the plan, I can put it in the order.
Okay, yeah, because that was a point of discussion I think we went back and forth on a bit. And the other thing, there's no mention in here about the fertilizer and the 100 that we talked about at length, ad nauseum at the site.
Sorry about that. I can't remember off the top of my head, did we end up conditioning that, or did we say that it's not, did we end up conditioning that? Okay.
Yes.
I thought we did within the 100, it said.
I will add that. Sorry about that.
Some of the discussion revolved around the whole, going outside the 100, and we said no.
I remember now. Sorry about that. I was so focused on the beach, I forgot about that piece. I'll add that.
If they pick up the sand, the very fine sand, can they do that without harming the dune?
They're not gonna, the proposal's not to harm any dune vegetation. It's just literally to scrape across beach area.
The beach.
Yeah.
It says the really fine sand, in my recollection, was on the edge of the dune. That may be a lot of more trouble than the end result.
Yeah, we can discuss that on the onsite, that they can't go too close to that, just to leave that area, add sand, and then, yeah. I get what you're saying. Just writing notes. Okay.
Are there any further comments on this order? If not, if one of the commissioners would like to make a motion.
I'll move we approve the order of conditions with revisions discussed for 26 and 32 Neal Road and 43 Saquotucket Bluffs Road.
Have a second?
I'll second that. Sam.
All right. Seconded by Stan. All those in favor, say aye. Starting with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Ann.
Aye.
Myself, Brad Chase, aye. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, next we have an order of condition for 23 Wacquasit Road, map 5, parcel K1-42. It was a float size increase. Any comments from commissioners on this one? Pretty straightforward. Seeing none, could we have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the order of conditions for 23 Wacquasit.
Okay, have a second, please.
Second.
All right, seconded by John. All right, all those in favor say aye, starting with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Jim, I went right past you. Jim, sorry.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Dan.
Aye.
Myself, Brad Chase, aye. The motion carries 7-0. All right, next we have an order of condition for 651 Route 28, map 15, parcel C2-B2 for a pool and a location of existing patio and septic tank relocation. So please, if you have any comments, go right ahead. Or questions for Amy? All right, seeing none, if somebody would like to make a motion on this.
I'll move to approve the order of conditions for 651 Route 28.
I'll second.
All right, seconded by Carolyn. All those in favor say aye, starting with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Stan.
Aye.
And myself, Brad Chase, aye. So the motion carries 7-0. Okay. Next on the agenda, we have a denial for an order of condition or for a notice of intent at 28 Wawatasi Road, map 6, parcel F1-12. It was for a proposed elevated walkway and landing, and the applicant has submitted a request to rescind the denial. So I think that we should hear from the applicant's representative, and then we can discuss this and go forward. We do need to close the hearing, which we'll do, but first we'll ask Mr. Burgess to go ahead and explain his position.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of what I would say was written in the letter request. But basically, the applicants followed a path that was suggested by the commission, which is they went to a first hearing. We had some comments and items to address. Amy helped us do that, and we addressed what we thought was all of the issues, and came up with a revised plan. Your agent, Amy, recommended approval. We thought we were all set, and a new item came up, which was the impact of the piles to the marsh, and immediately followed by a motion denial. And I felt that the applicant needs to have a chance to address that new issue, and just to allow the project to be continued, to give the applicant a proper chance to address those issues would be appreciated. And I feel, in my opinion, in the sense of the spirit of cooperation as to how this process is supposed to work. That's really the long and short of it. There's other information in the letter that I probably don't need to rehash right now.
All right, thank you. I will ask for comments from all commissioners. I guess first I'll see if Amy has any summary comments she wants to offer.
Sure. Just from a procedural standpoint, I don't see necessarily a downside to rescinding the denial and continuing. Just you would want to make it clear that doing so does not necessarily make you agree to that the changes are going to have much of a difference, but it just gives, I'm seeing Mark nod, so that's good, just to give them another chance to make the points that they wish to make after the last hearing. From a procedural standpoint, I think it shows that the commission is looking to work with an applicant. Also, I did speak with Mr. Burgess, and he had stated that, if the commission were to move forward and close the hearing and deny, that there would definitely be a new notice of intent filed in order to address the comments that they thought were not, they were not able to go back and address. So if that was the case, that's two open notices of intent, one of a denial, one with an unknown result. Just from a procedural standpoint, having one more hearing, rescinding the denial, and then continuing for one more hearing, I don't see too much to the negative in that, but I will respect the decision that the commission makes.
All right, thanks, Amy. Before I call on comments, I'd just like to say it seems a little unusual to me, and I guess my impression was that there were not surprises brought forth in the second hearing. There was plenty of concerns and even lack of support expressed in the first hearing. So You know, that's my feeling, but at the same time, I'd like to hear from the other commissioners on this. So I'll start with Ernie.
I hate to have to go through another notice of intent process on it. I have one comment on this letter that you sent in, Mark. And I mean, you persist in trying to create comparisons to other projects, and it's irritating at this point because we keep telling you that every submission that we get is considered de novo. There are no precedents. There's nothing in a prior project that has any relevance to a new project. And you keep burdening us with these comments, and I'm getting to get offended by them, to tell you the truth. So please, you know, submit an application on its merits, not based on what's happened before. You know, when I see stuff going back, newspaper articles from 1949 showing pictures of docks, we don't need that stuff, Mark. I mean, just please don't do that anymore for my sake, because certainly I'm irritated. I don't know about the other commissioners, but that's my one comment on that.
Oh, you muted yourself.
You all done, Ernie?
No, I'm sorry. Getting back to this though, I mean, I guess I would be willing to consider any new facts that they would be willing to submit without going through a new notice of intent process.
All right, thanks, Ernie. Carolyn?
I have no strong opinion as to whether or not we should approve this order of conditions or whether we should rescind the denial. But again, I would like to reiterate that the burden is on the applicant to prove to us that there is no adverse effect to the interests we are upholding. And to intimate that if we give you a suggestion and you then follow through on that suggestion, we would automatically approve. I found that insulting.
I'm sorry, Carolyn, I apologize. I was never meant to insult anybody. I was just trying to be complete and tell you and intimate how the thought process works for me. You know, all of these projects that we've done, we've carried the knowledge and the comments of the commission forward to future projects to make them better. And that was merely my only point, was to point out that there was a suggestion given, and I took hold of it. I remembered it, and I used it to try to make this project better. It was not meant to be an insult. I apologize if it came out that way, and I never meant to insult anybody.
So, well, that is my only hesitation in saying, okay, let's keep continuing with this.
What's your hesitation?
That your response to the last time you got a continuance. So I don't have a strong opinion, Mr. Chairman, whether we deny this now or whether we extend a rescind our denial and continue.
All right, thanks, Carolyn. All right, Jim.
Yeah, I feel like my comments on the project were clear and concise in the first hearing and the second hearing, and I don't see them changing. Like, I can't really imagine what new information would come forward at this point. It's a large construction project in a salt marsh, and that's something that's really tough not to have any impacts with. So, I think I'm in favor of sticking with the denial. I mean, a large amount of time's already been put into this, and I feel like on some of these projects we end up really just simply being outlasted. Essentially, it's just the sheer persistence ends up wearing us out. So I'm in favor of just sticking with the denial.
All right, thanks, Jim. Mark?
I was in support of the project. I felt it was a admirable solution, and I stick by that decision. So I really have nothing further to add.
All right, John.
Yeah, I don't have anything more to say about this. I'm not at all enthusiastic about rescinding the denial. I don't see the point. The only thing that would make me look favorably on that notion is Amy's statement that it basically minimizes the amount of work we have to do. I don't have my own independent judgment about that. I think we've already spent too much time on this, and I don't see how votes are going to change. I don't know what new information we're going to get.
Mr. Ketchum, I might be able to help you with that.
Go ahead.
The one opportunity that we'd like to do would be to provide mitigation in the form of marsh planting. And if the piles take up 3 square feet of marsh, we could literally plant 100 square feet of marsh, and with only a 10% survival rate, still be 3 times the mitigation amount of the marsh that would be impacted by the 2.8 square feet of pilings. So I think the applicant should have an opportunity to provide mitigation to offset that, and the net for the project would be more marsh at the site, not less, which would then meet your performance standard.
All right, Stan.
Yeah, I agree with John. Kind of really relying on Amy's comments that it makes more sense to streamline the process rather than denying it and then having to go through a second time anyways. I'd be willing to rescind it on that basis. And I guess the only other comment I'd have for Mark is I understand there's a lot of projects, we've been through other projects with you where there have been continuances and continuances. And, we've brought forth information, and then you've gone with that and tried to improve the project. But again, that doesn't mean that you're necessarily going to change our mind in the long run. The project will end up being on its merit. So as you've heard, some of the commissioners here have some serious concerns on this project. So that's all I have.
I understand, Stan.
All right, thanks, Stan. I think my position is very close to what was expressed by Jim. The denial was based on impacts to shellfish habitat and salt marsh, and it's the structure that I don't see how it can avoid impacts. That the actual footprint of the pilings is probably one of the least impacts that we discussed at the last 2 hearings. So I don't see how things will change. It strikes me as a location that should not have a structure like this located there. So I guess I will ask.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Carolyn. I was going to ask any further questions.
I think we should keep in mind what makes it a little bit easier for our administrator to handle also, though. And if that is easier for her to do it this way, I think this is just a legislative procedure. We're not debating the value of the application. We're just figuring out which way we should handle it.
I can elaborate on that if you want real quick.
Yeah, sure, Amy.
So from my end of things, I already, because you voted to deny, I already drafted the denial for you, which you saw in your commissioner packets. So as far as workload, all it really would be if they were going to reapply, a brand new notice of intent that we would then have to review, and you would have to review. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's just more in terms of the appeal process, I guess you could say. It would be a little bit more potentially arduous because you'd have an appeal and then you'd have a brand new NOI. I guess everything could be stayed pending the outcome of the new NOI. It's just not as clean, but if there is again, if there's new information that the applicants wants to provide that they felt like they were not able to do, just from a procedural legal standpoint, I would recommend that they be allowed to do that, because I think if you didn't allow that, that might not work out in your favor in the court case.
Thanks, Amy. It does make me feel like we have our hands tied behind our back, because I don't know why any applicant wouldn't ask to rescind a denial. So it does seem like the process is difficult for commissioners. I don't know how the outcome would be any different. It might be a closer vote than a 6-0. So that's my thought. The key point here is our regulation that allows for no impact whatsoever to salt marsh. That's probably the key concern. It is more than just the pilings themselves. But any other comments from commissioners or from the proponent?
Proponent meaning myself, or the proponent meaning Michael LeBlanc, who's on the line?
I should say proponent or proponent's representative, either.
Okay, Brad. No, like I said, I just think I think one more hearing isn't going to kill anybody. If I refile, it's still going to be another hearing. So I think it's easier for everybody if we just continue this and allow us time to look at all of the comments you had and do our level best to address all of them.
Okay, any additional comments from commissioners? All right, well, I'll ask if somebody would like to make a motion on this request to rescind the denial.
I'll make a motion to rescind the denial for 28 Wawatesi Road.
I'll second.
Seconded by Carolyn. Okay, any last discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. I'll start with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn.
Aye.
Jim.
Nay.
Mark.
Aye.
John.
Nay.
Stan.
Aye.
And myself, Brad Chase, nay. So the ayes have it 4-3, I believe, Amy? Okay, so we will have an opportunity. So we've never had a rescinding before of either an approval or a denial, Amy. So is there anything procedurally we have to do, or we just expect a hearing coming up?
Let's schedule a date for a continuation of the hearing. And you don't have to, the denial wasn't actually issued, the hearing was not closed. So you do not need, sorry, Carolyn, I'm going to mute you so I'm getting feedback. Because we didn't issue a denial, we didn't close the hearing, all you need, the vote was to rescind, and that passed 4-3. So now you would need to continue the hearing. I'd have to check with the town clerk about, because we didn't close the hearing, but it was also not a hearing tonight. It was really a discussion of orders, whether or not abutters need to be re-notified, but I can check on that. I would suggest a continuation for a month, or if not, a little longer. But definitely not till February, not on February 17th.
I wouldn't do that to you. I'm thinking more like 6 weeks, because the other two projects you've got going are going to take a little while to settle out. And, you know, we want everybody to kind of take a step and relax and sort of mellow out a bit here. And I need time too, because I'm just as busy as all of you are. So I'm going to say at least 6 weeks. Where does that be?
St. Patrick's Day, March 17th.
Oh, yay. Gee. Well, we probably won't be going anywhere anyway, so it won't matter. March 17th is fine. If you would let me know, please, whether we have to re-advertise, I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I think in case we don't have to re-advertise, we just have a motion to, either Ernie can amend his motion to rescind and continue to March 17th, or we can have a new motion, continue to March 17th.
Why don't we have a new motion, and I'll make that motion that we continue the hearing for 28 Wauwatosa Road, map 6, parcel F1-12 until March 17th, 2021.
I'll second that, Brad.
All right, seconded by Stan. All those in favor say aye, starting with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Stan.
Aye.
Myself, Brad Chase, aye. Okay, motion carries, and we will see you on the 17th.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, everybody. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Oh, and I guess I'm going to hang on here. You still have lots to do.
Yep.
So, but I'll sign off for now.
Okay, so we're going to move into, it's listed as a public hearing, Amy. It's not discussion. It's just a continued public hearing specific to the bylaw changes.
Oh, yes. Hold on, that wording isn't great.
I mean, we're in a public hearing already.
You should have said continuation of discussion and possible vote.
Yep.
I mean, we did continue it to a date certain, that's tonight.
Right.
Let me worry about that and the semantics, and I think we should, I mean, everyone knew it was tonight, and it is on the agenda, just the wording isn't what I would have liked it to be, and that's my fault.
Okay. Well, do you want to take a break? Are you good to go to start?
Through the wetland piece real quick.
Yeah, let's do that first.
You charged, and then I'm going to take just a quick 2-minute break to settle the native critters here, and we can get into the wetlands if that's into the water dependent structures if that works.
That sounds good.
Okay, let me pull up. I'm just going to.
Brad,
Yes.
are you going to share your PowerPoint again?
I am. We are going to tackle the wetlands bylaws first. Is that right, Amy? Well, you're muted, Amy.
All right. You asked me to make some edits, and I just want to make sure you're comfortable with them so we can move forward with that piece.
Yep.
And that is.
Is it worth putting that up on the screen, or is everybody fairly comfortable with what you've seen today?
I was comfortable with it.
Sorry, Carolyn, I mute you because as soon as you stop talking, I get a lot of feedback from your computer. So I didn't mean to cut you off. The changes that you asked me to make, well, if you notice, section 10-2 definitions, I reviewed the tape, I made the edits. So you need to technically vote on these changes to the definitions tonight. You did not, I don't believe you voted on them. So the definition changes are, the addition of cumulative impact, the wording to mitigation constrained sites, and 60-foot buffer zone, or no new building, and then variance. So, and I re-listened to the tape. Go ahead.
Sorry, Amy. I had a question on the language for the in lieu fee. Is that being taken care of separately?
will be a regulation that in the next couple of meetings, we can definitely nail down. What I want you to agree on tonight, and I think we do, is that you want to have that mechanism.
Yep. Okay.
And
Well,
then in the fee itself, I should have provided it to you. I will. It's the same language that you had me go forward with what we had wanted to do for the September town meeting that we had, but didn't get into the warrant because it was just a bare bones warrant. I'll re-provide that to you to make sure you're okay with that, with the establishment or the change to our wetland fee or our wetland account to include the addition of in lieu fee to that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you need to flush out in lieu fees tonight. That will be a regulation that you can make in the next coming weeks.
Oh, good. Okay, then I think I will ask commissioners just to comment on, you know, if they were able to review them and they're satisfied with the present status, and then we'll have a motion on approving or not approving them all, unless there are any other thoughts that come up. I did have a chance to review them, and I'm comfortable with what we saw with Amy's latest edits. So let's see, I'll start with Ernie. Any comments on what you're seeing with the wetlands bylaw changes?
No, I've gone through them and they look fine to me. I'm fine.
Okay, super. Carolyn?
Under Q, water dependent under H. No structure shall be located within 50 feet of an existing eelgrass, et cetera, or within shellfish area defined by town bylaws or town shellfish warden. The presence or absence of shellfish at a proposed site must be determined by a shellfish survey.
Hey, sorry to cut you off, Carolyn, but that's the next discussion.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. This is just the wetlands bylaw changes.
Okay, sorry, I'm in the under definitions.
Yeah, we separated that from the water dependent structures, the title water dependent structures.
Sorry. Then
I was like, where is this? Did I miss this section?
Sorry.
No problem.
It's P instead of Q.
Okay. There might be some formatting issues, which I gotta take care of, but.
Okay.
I mean, actually, because of the wetlands, but yeah. So we're just talking about the definition section of the wetlands protection bylaw.
Sorry.
No problem.
Want me to come back to you, Carolyn?
Oh, sorry, I forgot I was still on. Yes, please.
Okay, Jim?
Yeah, I don't have anything right now for it.
Okay. Mark?
Yeah, one thing, the 60-foot no new structure zone, that's still rocking me a little bit because it's still my understanding that outside the 50-foot, there was going to be a 10-foot buffer. And within that 10-foot buffer, it seems like there should be a provision to allow certain things to take place, short of a building, short of anything that's any kind of a major detriment. And I mean, this really extends the 50-foot no disturb to essentially a 60-foot no disturb. And I just don't see that that's exactly how this whole thing was in conception. So I'm not totally
I did change it, and I hope you got the most recent one. It did say when citing a new building, I believe, or addition. It doesn't necessarily say structure, which could also mean deck, patio, etc. It does say new building or an addition within the 50 to 100 foot buffer, or what that the structure shall be set back at least 60 feet from the resource area. So I did take out any topic of, decks, patios, anything like that. I can share my screen if you want.
And I will say that originally in the regulation, we had language that said nothing could be put in there. You know, no structures, and we highlighted patios and everything else. So I guess, Mark, I'm not sure if you were around when we put that regulation in, but the intent was really to minimize the intrusion that occurs and the encroachment that occurs from people having their building off the 50-foot or right on the 50-foot, and then having all kinds of encroachment that occurs inside the 50 by having that close access. So, I mean, really the intention was a 60-foot no disturb zone, essentially. So I feel like Amy's language is a compromise. It pulls back from the original regulation language, but it still tries to have no structures that would, you know, cause people to go around and into the 50.
The last sentence in that section, I think, sort of clarifies what we mean by structures, so that patios, walkways, things like that would be permitted because they would not impede access to cause intrusion into the 50-foot no disturb zone. So I think it'd be fences, you know, that would, well, even fences, you could put a fence on the 50 and between the 50 and the 60, I suspect. But I think the intent was things that would sort of prevent you from walking through that zone.
And I would add that they may be permitted. I think, again, you know, it's all case by case. And I think I'm certainly interested in reducing the really common tendency to have people get permitted, get their building in place, and then just intrude into that 0 to 50 no disturb zone. And so, to me, that's the intention. And I wouldn't want to see this watered down much more than it is.
I mirrored this, I pulled this and mirrored it from the regulations, again, for consistency. Because what I had written in our first go around was in excess of what we had in our regulations, and unintentionally done. I should have reviewed that first. So this mirrors that.
Yeah, I've got a document from January 15th, 2019 that has language that says no structures. So I don't mind if we go away from that, and I can't tell you. Actually, it's January 15th, 2020. And I can't tell you whether we actually voted on that new language or not.
Okay.
But either way, I mean that's my feeling. We've struggled with people building right on the 50 and then having that creeping, you know, intrusion. We've just seen it again and again.
I guess my point is I just don't want to cut it off if somebody wanted to do something minor. And you know, it's not totally clear to me that permits this, but maybe that's just my understanding.
I think, you know, recently we've allowed a couple patios, I believe.
Well, I just don't want us I don't want it to be more of a hindrance than it needs to be. I understand the intent and everything behind it, but, you know, I can also see it being turned into something that it's not supposed to be. So that's my concern, that's all.
Yep, no, I think it's fair. I think the big thing was new buildings and additions. That was the key. All right, John.
Yeah, I support this language. I think the 60-foot language is a good compromise, so I'm happy with the definitions.
All right, Stan.
Yeah, that seems to be the hot topic on this. So, but no, I agree with you, Brad, because I remember a few of the cases early on where the property would be right on the 50, and then we got into the, well, how are you going to mow around it and everything, and there were drop-offs, and they would have to go into the wetland area to do that. So the 10 foot was supposed to be more for access around the building. But I do want to clarify the other thing on the fees, Amy. I want to make sure I understand. Are we including? Remember, there was that 350 amount. Is that? I thought that was originally showing up in the bylaw wording, and I didn't like.
Is in the regulations. Think again, and that's how Barnstable does it too. It's in the regs.
Okay.
Not in the bylaw, because again, so I wanted to allude to the in lieu fees here, then we'll flush them out in the regs.
Okay, no, I agree with that, because I wouldn't want to have something written in stone regarding a set fee like that. So
Yeah, we will have to do that in the regulations in the next month or so. You know, before we present this to the Board of Selectmen, we're going to need to answer those questions. We don't need to tonight.
Okay, thanks. That's all.
All right. I'm good with the language. Did anybody want to suggest any specific changes, or are we ready to go forward and vote on this? Mark, can you live with that language for the 60-foot zone, or is there something you want to see?
Case came up in the past that kind of sticks in my head. There was a deck overhead that was going to cantilever out into the 60-foot zone, into that 10-foot buffer. And ultimately, it led to a denial. And in that particular case, that's where I began to get concerned about how this was interpreted and what exactly it was going to do going forward. And I still keep going back to the same place here, where if it's not exactly clear about things of that nature, that it just seems to me that it's open very easily to misinterpretation.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. I've thought about that language, because to me, it was a step down from that January 15th, 2020 language that may or may not have been approved. I favored a really strict interpretation. There was essentially a 60-foot no disturb zone, just because I've watched this encroachment occurring for a long time. I think this particular commission here is quite balanced, and I think you would view that deck probably at this point and not have a problem with it, as long as it was a very modest, jogging over into the 60. So I would say, unless you have specific recommendations, I think we should move ahead on the definitions.
Well, in fairness, they can't put together something quick enough to be sensible. It doesn't have to be close enough in this application, but I'd be watching that as time went ahead, and that would be a particular issue that I'd pick up on when somebody was in a hearing and had a plan to do something. I'd pay particular close attention to that.
Well, if we can, Amy, if we can let the minutes reflect Mark's concern, specifically, and I think that would be very helpful.
Sure, we can do that. I just brought up the approved regulations from 2020. And hold on, I gotta move this.
Here's the language that included, things like fence, patios, So at that point in time, we voted on this, and we felt we didn't want any structures. And so that's what I'm referring to. I don't mind the new language, but I do think it steps down a little bit and says, okay, you know, and for me, the only thing I'd really favored among that list would be maybe a patio, you know.
Well, the way I read this regulation, sorry, I just got to move this a little bit, is that, so the structure shall be set back at least 60 feet from the resource area to allow for passage in between the building and the 50-foot buffer and to avoid intrusion. So this is the section that's specifically for the 50-foot no disturb zone. So we again are talking about the 50-foot no disturb zone here, where few, if any, activities will be allowed in the zone. So it's within the 50 that we're saying dwellings, pools, sheds, decks, fence, patios. The section that we talk about, the 60-foot, is up here, where all it says is when siting a new building or addition within the 50 to 100-foot buffer zone, the structure shall be set back at least 60 feet from the resource areas to allow for passage. So I pulled that right from reg.
Yep. Yeah, okay, so that must have been what we voted on. And what I have in front of me, which I
may have
can't
a different
see.
draft.
Yeah, it's a draft from January 15th, 2020.
Okay.
And that language above for the 50 is inserted into the 60-foot no structure zone. So
Okay.
I guess in my mind, because I had the paper copy, I thought we voted on it. But either way, I feel that the language you came up with is fair. I think Mark's concerns are noted, and you know, he'll keep an eye on it. And I think this commission has been trending towards not saying, you know, you can't have a small pervious patio. So I think we're okay. So, all right, then I think I'd like to make a motion that we approve the proposed wetlands protection bylaws for wetlands definitions that we have all reviewed. Can I have a second?
I'll second it. Stan.
All right, seconded by Stan. Any further thoughts under discussion? Any comments from members of the audience? All right, seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. And I'll start with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn?
Aye.
Tim?
Aye.
Mark?
At risk of being difficult, only to be consistent with my prior vote, I would oppose it.
Okay.
Say nay.
All right, John?
Aye.
Stan?
Aye.
And myself, Brad Chase, aye. So the motion carries 6-1. And again, this has to go forward to town meeting. Actually, it'll go before the Board of Selectmen first, right, Amy, to have their approval to put it on the town meeting?
Well, technically you don't need their approval to get it necessarily on the warrant, but we want to ideally have their blessing on it as we go into town meeting.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Well, if you'll allow me to share my screen, did you want to take a break now, Amy?
Hang on one second. I just want to make sure we had taken care of everything else we needed to take care of. Okay, so we voted on the wetland change size. Everything else is very just small grammatical changes, pretty much. All right, so we are done with the changes to the wetlands bylaw. I will put those together and submit those by next Friday. And I will let you share the screen. Hold on one second. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Is that okay, Mr. Chair? You can feel free and start. You can feel free and start without me if you want, but I need to step away for 2 minutes.
No, that's fine. Why don't we all, do that just in case folks need to step away, and we'll come back in 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I am back. I don't know if everybody else is. Brad, you there?
Hi, Amy. It's Hines. How are you?
Hey, Heinz, how you doing? Sorry, I muted you. I was getting a little feedback there. I didn't know who you were. I'm going to change your name.
Okay. I just want to let you know I've been on listening, but there wasn't anything to comment on, and I'll go back to mute now.
Thanks, Heinz.
All right, Amy, you back?
I am back from taking care of the critters. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, let me start first thanking everybody for all the hard work they did on the wetlands definitions under the bylaws, and I think it's a great accomplishment to get to that point. So this section is on water dependent structures for tidal waters, Chapter 304, and we're updating our bylaws. And this presentation was given at the last hearing on January 26th, and so really we're going to try to conclude discussions on items that we didn't vote on at that meeting. And again, this is a topic that we've been discussing for a while. I found a recommendation that we had discussed in 2014 on changing our shellfish surveys to try to clarify things, and that didn't go forward. There was a hearing in addition to the ones described here in 2019. So we have had a fair amount of discussion on this topic. I'll let you know if the slides change at all from the last meeting. The first two do not change at all. And so this one just lists the different types of impacts that are expected from structures in these resource areas. And again, the last major changes were 2003, and it was mainly done out of an interest to protect or reduce impacts in Pleasant Bay. And at that point in time, a 250-foot setback was imposed in Pleasant Bay, as well as a moratorium on new docks and piers in Round Cove. And I think that distance certainly reduced the potential for new structures, and so we just haven't had a lot of proposals for that region since then. So certainly those motions that went forward in 2003 for Pleasant Bay helped reduce impacts. This is a new slide. You know, I've been just continuously reading up on this topic and trying to learn more about what's been done outside of our jurisdiction. And I came across a document on a scoping session that was held in 1988. And it was put together by the Massachusetts Environmental Protection Act and CZM, Coastal Zone Management Agency. And it was a session, a public session that was put on out of concern for impacts from dock and piers. And there was a focus on cumulative impacts. And as I read this, I was really struck how the discussion on impacts is the same discussion we're having today, the same topics, the same concerns, and they expressed concern over decisions were being made on kind of best professional judgment as opposed to science-based studies. They highlighted Scouring impacts is potentially the largest negative impact from dock and piers and resource areas. And they also had the expectation that Wetlands Protection Act language that goes back over 40 years that says you shall not destroy any portion of the salt marsh would in the future protect salt marsh. And yet we have seen that's not the case. We've repeatedly seen impacts to salt marsh despite having this language in place for 4 decades. And they concluded with our recommendations on having quantitative studies to look at shellfish habitat and cumulative impacts. And really, we've had almost no progress with that. And they also had a recommendation that one way to tackle this was home rule decisions, essentially zoning decisions that would protect areas that were considered threatened or sensitive. So really pretty interesting to see that all these years later, we are discussing the same issues with not a tremendous amount of progress. All right, so back to the same slides you've seen before, just a couple photographs of impacts to salt marsh in Allen's Harbor and Herring River, both scouring and shading impacts. And then here's 3 different locations on the east side of Herring River. And what I see in the Herring River is really all docks have some level of scouring and shading impacts to salt marsh, and then they have harder to determine impacts to shellfish habitat that are very location specific, but they are in fact impacts as well. And then here's a picture of construction impacts for a recent dock that went in at 10 Chase Street. The machinery to put the pilings in, had to obviously disrupt the salt marsh. And then coastal bank erosion is also a concern with any structures in tidelands. So these are the 11 topics that we had proposed to modify, and we were able to take care of 5 of them at the last hearing. So this slide shows the 5 that we voted on, with 3 having updates, and 2 we voted for no change. So tonight we've got the 6 remaining to discuss, and I think we can bracket these in these categories here, because to me, the first 2 have the largest potential change, setbacks or a moratorium. And then the middle 3 really all are about shellfish habitat, shellfish surveys, and dredging. And the last kind of stands alone, is fairly minor because we're just looking to include language, a definition in our bylaw on cumulative impacts. So let's get into it, unless anyone has any questions at this point. But my goal is to go through these and not keep people here as late as we did last time, and to vote on these things tonight. So right now I can't see folks, so I think if anybody has any comments, go right out and ask them now. Otherwise, we'll get into a pattern of asking for comments on the individual items as we approach them. Okay. So the dock and pier moratorium, it didn't get really any support at the last hearing for a townwide moratorium on new docks and piers. And so that one I don't think we really need to discuss. And then we had some interest in a Herring River dock and pier moratorium. I'm going to bump ahead quickly to the next one just because I think in context it's important. So for dock and pier setbacks, the discussion really said that if we had some of these larger setbacks, 250, 200, that they would essentially be a moratorium, certainly for the Allen Harbor and Witchmere Harbor. So, we had mixed interest in the larger setbacks. And so this was interesting to me that the 250 certainly worked, in my opinion, for Pleasant Bay. I don't know what the right number is, but I think I've always felt 65 is like the bare minimum for both resource impacts and navigational issues. I can't imagine having a setback less than 65 feet. So I wanted to bring that up because really we're thinking about, you know, the moratorium proposal as well as the setback proposal together. These would be the two most impactful. So let me go back. And my interest, you know, after thinking about this and hearing to everyone's comments at the last meeting, is I would like to have us discuss and vote on a moratorium for new docks and piers in the Herring River. And the reason I've come to this point is because I think that we're really, you know, chipping around the edges of what the real problem is, and it's impacts from structures and its cumulative impacts. And to me, you know, when we talk about keeping things the same, we're really not addressing the status quo of impacts from individual structures and cumulative structures. So I really feel like we're just not doing enough, and we're just kind of going over the old ground of, you know, allowing structures where there are impacts. I think our regulations are clear. You know, we're not allowed to have impacts to salt marsh, and we're not supposed to have structures in shellfish areas, and yet this continues to happen. So I would favor a moratorium on new dock and piers in the Herring River. And I would like to ask for the commissioners to comment on this, and the public as well, once the commissioners are done. So let's see, I'll start, I try to go in order, but it's hard. I guess I'll start with Ernie.
Okay. At last time we discussed this, I was in favor of it. I think at the time I suggested that given the 4 coastal areas that I think we can have new docks and piers, those being Saquatucket, Winchmere, Allens, and the Herring River. I think the Herring River is I think Winchmere and the Herring River are the most overbuilt areas in town. But I think certainly the Herring River is showing the more growing impacts from these as opposed to Winchmere. So I'm in favor of the moratorium in the Herring River.
All right, thanks, Ernie. Carolyn.
Do we have any idea how many more properties on Herring River would possibly be asking for docks?
I think Amy has that. She took a look into that.
I don't have an exact number, but I looked based on properties that didn't have them, that didn't have, you know, extensive salt marsh. I looked, it was about 10, and Heinz Proctor, Natural Resource Director, who was also on the call, called me after and reiterated that, well, we don't think that's an exact number. We think that's fairly close.
Okay. I would think something like this, it would be very important to certain people, and therefore we need to have a lot of publicity regarding this before the meeting if we vote on it. So the people who are in favor or against it will know it's coming up. But that's my thought. Thank you.
Yep. And I'll follow up before I forget. I think that is probably a very valuable part of this exercise. Whether this goes forward or not is I really feel like we're just kicking the can down the road for an absolute gem of a natural resource area in town that is, you know, really getting to be over encroached with activity and impacts. And so, you know, up or down, I think that public discussion is real valuable to try to find ways to protect the Herring River. Jim?
Yeah, I'm in favor of a moratorium in Herring River. I think it's, in my opinion, it's something that really should have been done 50 years ago, should have been done 20 years ago, should have been done 10 years ago, and it's long past due. I mean, it's quite degraded right now, frankly, and to me, that's not an excuse to allow further degradation. And counting those docks, one thing we got to consider is we're starting to get asks for variances. So a large amount of salt marsh, it doesn't mean someone's not going to ask for a variance. I have a feeling we will get more and more. The monetary value of these docks is just so high at this point that people are willing to go to extremes to try to get them. So I think that count of 10 might actually be quite a bit higher if we consider the variances people are going to be asking for. The Herring River also has probably the biggest scouring problem in town, which makes piers and pilings a specific problem there. But yeah, that's my feeling on it.
All right, thanks, Jim. Mark?
Well, unfortunately, what I'm hearing is a lot of opinion. I see some examples and I hear a lot of input, but I'm not satisfied with the factual scientific information that explains in detail to me to be satisfactorily not permitted. I'm not sold on that. So I would be opposed to the moratorium in the river for that reason.
All right, thanks, Mark. John?
Yeah, I support this wholeheartedly. My question, however, is about variances, in fact. So we have to deal with requests for variances now, and the whole concept that I guess Jim brought up of the financial pressure, which is driving some of the requests for variances, that's going to remain whether this gets passed into a town bylaw or not. So my question is, how would such a moratorium be subject to variances? Can we state it in such a way that variances aren't accepted, or are we just going to, talking about kicking the can down the road, are we just changing the terms of the debate, but not really doing anything about the debate and the financial pressure?
John, I think it's a good point, but I think if you fall back on the definition of a moratorium, it generally means no exceptions.
And it would be similar to what we have for the language, if not almost exact, to Pleasant Bay, or the Round Cove section in Pleasant Bay, in which we don't allow new docks. It's not the 250-foot setback in Round Cove. It's nothing.
So that has been successful. It hasn't been the subject.
That's a bylaw. Yeah.
Okay.
We haven't seen applications. We really haven't. We've seen an application, one or two, in Pleasant Bay itself. That's 250 feet from adjacent docks, and that conform to it. And Round Cove's kind of unusual too, in that half of it's pretty much owned by the Wauquasit, and the other, there might be actually like four private properties on that cove. Still, it was voted in at town meeting a long time ago.
Well, I support this. I would like to see it written in such a way that it remains in place.
Thanks, John. Stan?
Yeah, I'll put my camera on too. Yeah, I support that. I guess my only question is, why wouldn't we want the other, at the last meeting, I brought up the not townwide, but tidal locations. So Witchmere, Sackatucket, and Allen Harbor, why wouldn't those be included? Because there's really no new dock spaces that are potentially there.
If I can speak on the origin, I think the other locations don't have the level of impact that I'm seeing. And yes, I'm asking you folks to take my opinions, but, I'm a career marine scientist. I've been around the river for a very long time, and I'm just seeing a level of impact in the Herring River largely due to the footprint of salt marsh and the scouring potential of Herring River that greatly exceeds the types of impacts that I see in the other locations. So I do feel a sense of urgency to what is happening in the Herring River, where just the boating traffic, which is part of the cumulative impact, is just increasing, whereas in the other locations, you're near, I think, build out for docks, and I think the scouring impacts are far less. So I think that's the origin.
Probably due to the river currents as well versus the harbors.
Yes.
I mean, I'm definitely in support of this for the Herring River. I was just questioning the other locations as to why those wouldn't be considered as well. Because again, I agree with you, Brad. I see the damage all the time since I've become more aware of it. And as I mentioned, even with the existing docks that are there, some of the potential because of the river changes now, it's really created other problems and float depths and other things. So yeah, I'm all in favor of that.
Yep.
You make a good point though, Stan. It's something that's people are gonna ask, well, why not the other places? So we have to justify that.
Well, no, I'm glad because that was more education for my part as to why more so the river. And when I think about it, yeah, just because I see it just paddling when you've got the current flowing there and everything. And matter of fact, one of the other proposals that were being considered recently that they withdrew, one of my concerns on that area was the riverbank and the erosion that goes on there without docks, never mind with the dock there. So yeah, it makes a lot more sense to me now that we discuss this. Thank you.
Yep. And I'll also add, Stan, that we didn't have a lot of support at the last public hearing on the townwide. So that's why I think that those comments helped us zero in on not pursuing a townwide and further considering the Herring River moratorium. All right. Well, I think I'll ask town members. I'll start with Amy. Oh, sorry, Carolyn, you had additional comment?
Brad, do you have any documentation on the difference in the scouring between the monopile structure and the traditional structure?
Very good question, and I don't. There's been 2 monopiles that have gone on the east side of Herring River, and so I've been to both those locations several times, and to the one where I showed you the photograph, there were construction impacts, which is different from scouring impacts, but I wonder, does the salt marsh recover? Or is that construction impacted patch of salt marsh now more susceptible to scouring impacts? So monopiles, certainly less footprint because there's less of them, but it depends. If there's just one in the scour zone at salt marsh, there may be less impact. But with only 2 of them out there, I'd have to say I don't have a lot of information or data at this point. So let me ask other town officials. I'll start with Amy for comments.
Thank you. I did a lot of thinking about this, as you all did, and I would recommend a moratorium, at least for a certain period of time, or infinite, but a moratorium in the Herring River, because of its sensitive nature, because of its extensive salt marsh and shellfish habitat areas, and because of the other factors such as, just the flow of the river and the scour, and things like that, you do have more impacts in the Herring River than I would see in our calmer embayments like Allen Harbor, which mirrors Saquatucket. That being said, I don't want to get too ahead of us, but Brad, you did bring up the slide about distances between structures, and I'll just throw it out there now since you brought it up. While I support a moratorium in the river, I would support if you wanted to change the 65 feet to adjacent water dependent structures, I know you put 250, 200, 150. I would suggest, I would recommend 100 as a compromise.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
I think it's really appropriate to connect this and the next section because they're really the strongest vehicles to, I think, avoid impacts. But if we do have a moratorium in the Herring River, then I don't think the other locations would require that the large setbacks. So I think it's good for you to couple these two concepts. So thank you for that. I can't tell exactly who's here. I think Heinz might be here, so I'll just call for any other comments from members of other town boards or departments.
Hello, good evening. It's Heinz, Natural Resources Director. Well, I'm trying to comment on kind of the last 5 to 10 minutes, so much was brought up. So I'll try to cover those. I wrote a couple notes. I don't think there's anyone that actually would disagree with the fact that there's an impact that takes place with anything that's done in the river. It's when it raises it to the level of, is it or is it not significant? And I don't know if there's guidelines for that or what determines it. Is it just, what someone's perception of it might be? The idea of number of dock spaces available, Amy did touch upon that, and I would support the number, meaning I visually and being up and down the river and working on it for the last 23 years, 10 is probably a number that's discussable or in the realm of what you're thinking of. And if there were only 3 docks in the river, 3, and there were 10 more possibilities, well, then you're raising the bar by 3 times what's there. But I venture to think we might have, 40 docks? I don't know, but quite a number. So that percentage increase, and I don't know if all 10 would even be approved, or any of them, maybe it's 0. But if it's a number of docks, because you talked about, if you would survey the river and say, all right, we're going to cap it at X amount. And if you would put a moratorium where there is no dock ever built again, if the possibility that 5 docks were removed for whatever reason and one person wanted to put it back in, so the net is really a -4, your moratorium is saying no at that point. So that cumulative discussion is, I know it might come up again, and it's been talked about, but that's what I think about availability on the river, who would be disenfranchised, and I think Mark Coleman, was one that brought up is, we see those photos and things, but I don't know what is considered significant. I don't have that expertise to define it, whether it is or isn't. I know if I go outside and I exhale, I add carbon dioxide to the air, yeah, technically I'm at impact, but it's not significant. Those monopiles that you described, if that's something that you feel, if it doesn't get a moratorium and you need to have that because it's less of an impact, I could see that. So from that current discussion right there, that's all I was going to add was basically number of docks available, perhaps cap it. But, and then one other thing, and it was kind of touched upon, definitely that current is something that plays a role. And it's hard to concoct language that you somehow bring in Round Cove, Pleasant Bay, Herring River. Those are probably the 3 most diverse type of water bodies, which Mare and Allen are more alike than a big water body like Pleasant Bay, a tiny little Round Cove that has a little straw of a water that goes in and out, and then a very long river with strong currents. So I could see it would be difficult to write language that would cover such a wide area like that. So I'll stop for now. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Heinz. Appreciate your insight. Let's see, any other members of town boards or committees or departments? Any members of the public?
Yes, Mark Burgess, Shorefront Consulting. I echo Heinz's and Mark's concerns. You've heard me say before what moratoriums do. I honestly believe, ladies and gentlemen, that the regulations are put in place so that you can do work under certain guidelines. The regulations are not in place to prohibit work. And I think if they're used in that manner, It's not, I don't think it's in the spirit of cooperation for people trying to get the projects that they need and protect their resources. What I do think is some of the items that have been raised, like monopiles, the way to minimize the impacts, actually, I'll back up a little bit further. So Brad's initial photos, I totally agree that those old docks have way more impact than the newer designs that are coming about. They're low. The deck spacing is probably only a half an inch. The pile spacing is probably 10 or 12 feet. 12 to 14 feet was standard back then. And of course, the same issues exist that existed 50 years ago. We've always been concerned about impacts to the environment, but in most cases, the designs have changed to keep up. And I think that's where you gain the value. And when you do that, you craft into the bylaw that says that any old dock that is coming before you to be rebuilt has to be brought up to current design standards in as much that's possible. It's not, these old sites, sometimes you just can't do it. But to the extent possible, we should change the designs. And that way, not only will you get better docks with less impacts in the future, but then all the others get a chance to catch up. I believe a moratorium of any sort is the wrong way to go. And further to that, Pleasant Bay and Round Cove are all part of an ACEC, an area critical environmental concern. If you wanted to put that level of protection in the Herring River, then I think you need to designate it as an area of critical environmental concern. That immediately raises the bar to no impact, not negative, a significant negative impact in the DEP bylaws. It says zero impact. So the performance standards are automatically ramped up. So for me, change the design. Don't limit the docks. That's just going to make people angry. Change the designs. We already know that some of these newer designs, we're already seeing the benefits underneath them and around them. We've done a follow-up shellfish survey that showed the same densities a year later, and we're going to continue with that data. So I feel that we're all headed in the right direction with the changes in design to reduce or eliminate these impacts. That's the way I really like to see this commission go. We've been doing this for a number of years and we're getting better. And I certainly am willing to come up with even better ideas. In the Herring River, if you guys want to mandate monopiles, fine. If you want to mandate fiberglass piles instead of green heart, which, fine. If you want to mandate grading over all vegetation, not even just salt marsh, but all underlying vegetation, fine. You did change the height to width ratio. I think that's great. But I think more can be done, and I think that will benefit not only new docks, but the old ones too. Because if you don't change those, then when somebody comes to rebuild an old dock, they get to do it exactly the way it is. So that's I think that's the way to go in concert with the regulations. That's it for me.
Thanks, Mark. Any other members of the audience would like to comment? All right, any additional comments from members of the commission?
I have one.
Yeah, Mark.
I think I'd really like to affirm the exact number of structures in the river and exactly how many are left. And I really think that should weigh into any decision going forward. I think it's worth the effort to dig into it and get real numbers.
Well, we've got a number of 10 that's been put forth by 2 town officials. So,
And again, I would like to stress that that is not an exact number, and partially it's because, it's something like, as Jim said, it's hard to tell with people who come in for variances sometimes, and it's hard to know exactly. I used some old aerials. I noticed from my knowledge over the past 10 years and beyond, if we, go to town meeting with this, I'll certainly try to have as closer of a number as I possibly can or verify that number. But, that was just upon looking, that was what I came up with.
Carolyn?
Is the scouring as bad in the Herring River north of Route 28?
That's a good question because the numbers of docks really diminish quickly. And I think for the first couple meanders, there are a couple docks there and there are scouring impacts. There's a few bulkheads that help reduce that or actually send the scouring forces to the adjacent properties. But I think there's not a lot of potential once you get too further up. So I've thought about discussing this in terms of just from Route 28 southward, but I think it would be useful to have it for the entire watershed. And, we could have a duration. That's one way to look at this until we get more information. But for me, I feel like we've been talking about this topic for some time, and there's just such powerful incentives to kick this down the road. That's what I see happening.
How does
Oh, sorry, let Carolyn continue, Stan.
Yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
How does the current north of 28 compare to the current south of Lower County?
Well, good. South of Lower County, it's a good question. I think, there'll be a difference in tidal volume. But there's still substantial current. We talk about things we don't know. The influence of sea level rise is something that has to be a factor. I see it qualitatively all over the place in town, absolutely not quantified.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to add to that, up north of the 28 bridge, there's a lot more meanders. So you see scour more in very specific isolated places on a meander in the river where the river's trying to move to. Whereas this kind of more the straightaways of the river farther down south, the current can be a little bit more consistent. That's just my observation.
Can I just comment on that, Brad?
Yes, Stan, you've been out there. You've probably seen some things.
Yeah, I was just going to say, from what I can, just off the top of my head, just north of the bridge, north of 28, it's really the first couple of bends in the river where the docks are, and there's probably 8 or 9 of them there. And I can't think of really any properties there that don't have the docks there off the top of my head. And there is some areas around that where you got those bends where there is a lot of that erosion coming right around those bends there. As a matter of fact, there is a dock, Amy, on that east side of the river that we talked about. I think one of the owners talked to you about one time. And their dock is where there's a lot of erosion going on that bend of the river. And then once you go beyond that, there's really not many, homes going up the river. And so I don't see really any potential for any docks really to any except north of 28 there, at least in my opinion.
Hello, it's Hines again. There's a really strong current down at the southern portion of Herring River where that Wixon Docks is. And that's a function of the river narrows a little bit and it's a straight shot out into the sound. The strength of that current is very strong there, but it is just as strong at the Route 28 boat ramp there where our town float is. There are times when we've had to disconnect or connect our float there and we would have to wait. Or trying to take a water reading with a Secchi disc at times. And that's very close to the bridge at 28 because it's coming right under there. So even at that boat ramp at 28, it's very strong. once you get north of the 28 road there, which is what people start talking about, it will dissipate. But, you know, I've kayaked and canoed at different tides, and there are times you don't want to go against that current either direction north of 28. You would feel it in a small vessel easily. You would notice it. Thank you.
Oh, Hines, I agree with you. That's what I say. I don't even want to paddle against the tide going up just north of the river there. I mean, that's a real, those first couple of bends, that's what I was talking about. You get a real strong current coming there. But I'm not saying whether north or south is one is worse than the other. I'm just saying that there's not a lot of potential for the docks, I don't think, on north of 28.
Yep, I completely agree. I think it started out a little discussion. I think it was Carol kind of, like, not hypothetically, but just kind of wondered a little bit, like, well, how strong is it? And it's certainly detectable. And that's all I was going to throw in. And that it's very strong even at 28, which is close to the 28 boat ramp, which is close to that. I'll mute myself now.
This is Mark again.
Yep.
I've paddled all up and down Heron River also, but so I would agree that the tidal forces at 28 are nearly similar to the ones at the south end, towards the mouth, and north of the river. Yes, those first two bends where that last bulkhead is, it's certainly about the same. But after that, the landform changes. So, and the marsh gets lower and wider. So that's good. That dissipates a lot of the current. And I'm pretty sure, I'm going to look for it while you guys are talking, but I'm pretty sure I did exactly the survey that you're talking about in one of my supplemental information packets that looked at how many docks were on the river and how many more could be put. I'll look for it while we're talking, but I'm pretty sure I have those numbers. So I'll see what I can find. John is smiling.
All right. Any additional comments on that? I think, yeah, clearly a person cannot swim at peak tide at Wixon Dock or at 28 against the current. So I can tell you that from experience, having more boats there for many decades. All right. Any additional comments from members of the commission? All right. Well, I'm going to move that the commission votes to approve a moratorium on new docks and piers in Herring River and adds the Herring River to the existing 304-4 section that includes Round Cove.
I will second that.
All right, seconded by Stan. Under discussion, any additional comments?
I have one question or comment.
Sure.
Based on some of the other changes we've made further down in these rules regarding walkways, should that be included?
Well, it would be for water-dependent structures. And so certainly over a marsh, a salt marsh, a walk, in the recent changes to definitions, clearly state that. So
right. Well, I'm just saying, because we're saying just docks and piers here.
It's a good point, but it's for the section of our bylaws on water-dependent structures, which includes walkways.
So I wanted to clarify. So should we define that as water-dependent structures instead?
It is.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. I guess I didn't pay attention to it.
I added that to the definition of water-dependent structures. So we'll talk about that later, but this would include that.
I was looking at the slide, so I was thinking we were just approving docks and piers, not water-dependent structures. I'm sorry, Brad.
Oh, no. The whole premise with the PowerPoint is that, we've had recommendations twice previously, and they're dense documents. There's a lot to read, and I think sometimes we don't, it's harder to really discuss based on those type of documents. So the PowerPoint is a little concise, but it does connect to the existing bylaws, and it would include, water-dependent structures. So, okay, we have a motion on the table. Any other comments from commissioners? All right. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. Starting with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn.
No.
Okay. Jim.
Aye.
Mark.
Nay?
Okay. John.
Aye.
Stan.
Aye.
Myself, Brad Chase, aye. So the motion carries 5-2. All right. Moving on to the next item, which I felt like was coupled because, you know, if there was, you know, really a large interest was to protect areas that are being impacted. And there was original discussion on having the same setback as in Pleasant Bay town-wide. That did not receive a lot of interest to support the last public hearing. And so you heard Amy suggest having a distance that's not included. So I did add number 5 in blue, another setback distance. And so we'll discuss that. To me, having a very large distance, it would really just apply to the Herring River, I think, in most cases. So I think that we're probably looking at a more modest change for this. And again, my personal belief is 65. I wouldn't want to see it less than 65, given impacts individually, cumulatively, and navigation concerns as well. So, Amy's floated out the idea of 100 feet. I think we're open to any suggestions for this section here. So I'll open it up to commissioners first, starting with Ernie.
Thank you. Yeah, thinking back to most of the requests that we've had, I mean, my sense is that 65 feet has been adequate in most of the situations we've looked at. So I would be in favor of no change. But I'd also suggest that we not grant any variances any longer either, because most of the time it seems we get requests for variances even with the 65-foot setback. But I would go for number 4, no change.
Okay, thanks, Ernie. Carolyn.
I would vote for no change. I think we have to remember that navigational issues are not exactly our purview. What we're concerned with is the land underwater and how that's affected by the engines. At the time you're docking a boat, your engine is going very slowly. And as Heinz mentioned last hearing, if you're docking your boat, you should be able to do it with that much of a leeway. It's a whole lot easier to dock your boat on a private dock than it is to dock your boat in a marina. So I think 65 is good, and I agree with Ernie. We should try really hard to stick with it.
All right, thanks, Carolyn. Let's see, Mark.
I would support no change at this time. I just don't see a reason to get too far out of the box.
All right, thank you. John?
Well, first I have a comment for Carolyn, which is you don't go very fast when you're approaching a dock. But there are all kinds of hot rodders out there who do. So rational reason, good seamanship is one thing. All the people out on the water in their boats, some of whom have been on the water all their lives, others just bought a boat last week. And even people who've been on the water for a long time but are very comfortable at the helm of a small motorboat don't necessarily go that slowly. So for me, that's just one of the reasons why we should be being very careful here. It's not all about rational behavior. So I don't really support no change. I would, and partly for the reason that, as Ernie said, people are always asking for variances. I'd rather have a different starting point than 65 feet. So I'm in favor of even the compromise that Amy suggested of 100 feet. I would rather see that.
All right, thanks, John. Jim?
Well, assuming passage of the Herring River moratorium, this discussion has less impact. I think Herring River was the place where we have the potential to see the most impact. I've always felt that 65 feet was way too low as far as cumulative impacts and impacts to recreation, to fishing, and navigationally. So I'd be in favor of going to 100. And I don't know if it's any consideration. Are these things going to be voted on separately or all together at the town meeting? So maybe a question for Amy.
I believe, and I have to check, I believe it's all together.
Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, yeah, so I'd be in favor of going to 100 feet on the setbacks. That's my comment.
Okay. So let's see, Stan.
Again, I just want to clarify, these are titles, so we're talking the harbors now. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So in terms of, and I agree with John there, you do get some boaters out there. I almost got run over a couple of times this summer on one of the other rivers. But again, in the harbors that we have there should be they're pretty congested. There should be speed limits there. And if you have some idiots out there that ignore those, you could have a problem. But based on the present locations, I'd be fine with no change.
All right, thanks, Dan. All right, and my feeling is, if in fact we have a Herring River moratorium, that the need for longer distance is reduced. But I also feel that, 65 is just a very, the lowest limit I'd want to see, particularly in terms of cumulative impacts. And so again, I keep harping on this. I think the status quo is not acceptable. It's allowed for impacts. We have language that tries to avoid impacts, yet, we have common variances. So I would favor, I guess, a modest increase, and I think maybe 100 might even be for some of the harbors, restraining to maybe a couple locations. So I guess maybe splitting the difference and adding, 20 feet on the 65. So that's what I have. Let's hear from other town officials and departments, starting with Amy.
You already heard from me, so.
That's right. Yep, that's right. Thank you for that,
I'll
Amy.
keep it short.
All right. I guess I'll go right ahead and ask for Heinz to comment.
Yeah, hello. And for most of these discussions, I've, introduced myself as Natural Resources Director, but I do have the responsibilities and title as an Assistant Harbor Master as well for the same amount of years, 23 years. One quick comment as to boaters and boat speeds. The more moorings, docks, pilings, boats, and other things in the water will cause a boater to go slower. Not that that's going to drive any discussion tonight. So imagine yourself driving around in a parking lot versus a highway. So the more things that are in the water, they'll generally drive slower than when they're outside the jetty or out in the sound. But the distance, I think now that you brought up the moratorium idea in Herring River, when you visualize the Allen Harbor and Witchmere areas, I would recommend that 65-foot no change remain in place, but then actually adhere to that and not grant variances. If you go up to 75 or 80, possibly 100, and then you might grant a variance because someone's at 88 feet. I think that's what you're trying to avoid, is giving the variances. So by increasing any distance above 65 increases the possibility of someone possibly requesting a variance in maybe Allen Harbor or whatever is remaining in Witchmere. But my recommendation is you stay with that 65 and then don't ever grant a variance on distance, because that is I guess what was in place going up to it. And I think someone mentioned that there have been a few that were maybe less than 65 that were granted variances, and this would stop that if the bylaw now states 65 and you won't budge on that. But I think increasing the number increases the chance of them being asked to grant a variance, which I think is what you're trying to avoid. Thank you.
Thanks, Heinz. Those are good comments. All right. Any other members of the audience?
Yes, that would be Mark again, but I'll be brief. The only two areas that I know that are there's only one that I know of that got a variance from 65 feet, and a lot of those discussions were due to the fact that that particular property, this is the west side of Witchmere, historically had been nice to their neighbors and allowed them to put docks close to the property line, which then screwed the nice person. So that was a particular set of circumstances, and a variance was granted there for 55 feet on either side of the float. The only other one that I know of has to do with historically having a dock at the site, and we throw that, and that's thrown in there for historic reasons. I was asked to now, well, anyway, I'm not really aware of any other place that we had to invoke the variance on 65 feet. So I agree. I mean, I think it's working where it needs to, and a variance is a variance. It has to stand on its own merits. And I do think that increasing it along with the moratorium in Herring River, by increasing the setback, you're headed toward a townwide moratorium, and that, I think the compromise would be to get the moratorium and no change. And I think that's something that people might agree with. That's it for me.
Thanks, Mark. All right. Any last comments from members of the commission? We've got, we're not in consensus here, but I think I'll ask for a motion, and we can get something on the table and discuss that.
I'll make a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. You want to do that, Stan?
Sure. This is Jim.
Sorry.
I'll make a motion to increase the setback for water dependent structures to 85 feet from the nearest structure.
Okay,
I'll second.
All right, seconded by John. And any discussion? All right. Well, then we'll go to a roll call vote. Those in favor say aye, and those opposed say nay. Starting with Ernie.
Nay.
Okay. Carolyn.
Nay.
Jim.
Aye.
Mark.
Nay.
Okay. John.
Aye.
And Stan.
Oh boy, I'm going to be the bad guy again tonight. Nay.
All right. And myself, Brad Chase, aye. So the motion fails 4-3, and so we will have no change to a setback requirement. Is that the way, Amy?
No, so the motion was to go to 85 feet. That motion failed. So
Yep.
there was no action. So you need another
Yep.
motion.
You're right. Okay, well, all right, then one of those that favors no change, could you please make a motion?
I would move to support no change.
All right, have a second, please?
I'll second that.
All right, seconded by Ernie. All those in favor say aye, all those opposed say nay, starting with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn?
Aye.
Jim?
Nay.
Mark?
Aye.
John?
No.
Stan?
Aye.
And myself, Brad Chase, nay. So the motion does carry 4-3, and so we will have no change proposed for a setback requirement. So, all right, thank you all for working through that. So next, we have protections for shellfish, which is combined with shellfish survey changes to the bylaw, as well as I've coupled that with dredging, which will be the third slide to show you. So this slide talks about the language in 304-8H, which has been difficult at times because it can be interpreted to say that you can simply have no new structures allowed in areas that are mapped shellfish. And so the idea here is to either eliminate the language or to clarify it. And what we brought up at the last hearing was to couple that language to couple it better with the shellfish surveys. And so this one's been tricky. We discussed it quite a bit. Amy, in fact, put out some language. Is that up there now, Amy? Oh, no, Amy put out some very simple language that I think might help us, move in the right direction.
I can pull it up for you. Hold on.
Yeah.
I did put it in Dropbox, but for Heinz and Mark and whoever else is watching, I'm happy to pull that up. So just give me 1 second.
Sure. And I'll keep talking because it's these things are connected, and I think we had really good support for modifying the survey methods in our bylaws at the last hearing, and we've had that, like I said, going back to 2014, we've had requirements on the recommendations on the table. So I think we're moving towards making those changes. The question is, do we also change the language in 304-8H to try to clarify that? And then we're going to follow up with discussion on dredging in the same areas. So for me, it's always been very difficult because I would like to have a metric or a threshold that you can hang your hat on. And the science really isn't there. It's tough. I've really searched a lot for this. And you heard me talk earlier about the discussion from 1988 on asking for that type of quantification, and it hasn't happened. So this is something we can come back to, I think, as we go forward. Amy's
It's
approach
something
was,
we would need to nail down. I'm sorry. In the next, couple of meetings prior to going to the selectmen. Again, It's a bylaw. We're trying to keep the language simple. So.
Right. So Amy's, suggesting that we just say that the methods must conform to sampling methods that are proposed in the bylaws and the regulations, and that's something we're going to work on with the next slide. This doesn't really address, what do you do with the results of the survey, and that's something we've absolutely struggled with. And so I proposed earlier to have a threshold of a 10% frequency of occurrence in survey samples. And the last hearing, that got some support, but people recognized, what number do you pick? For me, if it's a 30% frequency of occurrence, you've got a lot of people digging there. And, so what is the magic number? Is it 10? Is it 20? It's pretty hard. So, I think, let's see, we'll go back. You can see this slide, folks?
No, I can't see it yet, Brad.
Okay, I guess you got to switch me back, Amy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hang on.
No problem.
Yeah, I guess after I share, you have to do that. There you go.
Yep. So,
I don't see
John had.
there we go.
John had some recommendations last time. Jim had recommendations to call it viable shellfish habitat. My recommendation was a 10% frequency of occurrence. I think it's a hard thing to nail down. I don't mind just, having minor tweaks to the language now, and then seeing if our change in survey requirements gets us closer to having better data from the surveys. So I think that's where we are. There's really no change of what I have up there since the last hearing. So I think we should discuss this, then go on to the survey, and then vote on the two sections together. So I'll ask for comments now on this section, which is the language for 304-8H. And I'll start with commissioners with Ernie.
Yeah, Brad, I've always struggled with this language because the first sentence says no structure shall be located within a shellfish area. All right, and then we go on to say that we can do a shellfish survey. They conflict. I mean, either we don't allow it within a shellfish area that's defined, which we have maps for, and that we can go back to the argument of the maps current or are they outdated. Number 3, I think, addresses that. But then why would we allow shellfish surveys if we've already made that statement? It doesn't make sense to me, and I've always had a conflict with this language. That's all.
I totally agree, Ernie. You know, the next sentence says the presence or absence shall be determined. That to me implies, you know, presence means you can't have a structure there. So I think
even if there is absence, if it's a shellfish area that's been defined, it would lead me to believe that it's compatible habitat for shellfish. So if you don't find them, it doesn't mean they're not there.
Right.
And if it's mapped, then I think we should say, if this is the position we're going to take, it's either or, but it's not both.
I have a suggestion, and if you don't mind, I'll type it in and then share my screen.
Yep. All right,
Well, actually, basically, I was just going to suggest no structure shall be located, blah, 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 in an area defined by the town bylaws or shellfish warden, unless expressly allowed by a variance from the Conservation Commission upon clear and convincing evidence that proposed project will not have a negative impact on the resource areas or its interests.
So we're just opening up the gates, I think.
Yeah, that doesn't really address the survey.
Okay, sorry. I was just trying to say that it wasn't a hard no or a hard yes or no, you know.
I like the front end of what you had, Amy, but then I was kind of waiting for a hook to the survey. And
we can do that. Hold on. Unless expressly allowed. Just gonna mute myself for a second. I'll be back.
I guess I got a question for Heinz on mapping. I mean, if we had better mapping and we could really isolate places that people dig at, and, you know, would that help? Yeah. And then what is the potential for better mapping?
All right, so it's Heinz again. I not only suggest, I highly recommend that language of 50 feet within a shellfish area be removed. And then you deal with how you're going to address this and describe it. If it comes down to mapping shellfish areas, for 23 years, I've worked with, in conjunction with the Division of Marine Fisheries, which has mapped the entire Herring River as a shellfish habitable, suitable area. Allen Harbor, Witchmere, Saquatucket, Round Cove, and so forth. I would still define it as such. So going forward, if you're asking me, I'm going to say the entire Herring River is shellfish habitat. Now, if nothing's found in a spot, I think someone earlier, doesn't necessarily mean it isn't shellfish viable habitat. So it also allows you to plant in an area as well with mitigation funds or stuff that I raise. So moving on to shellfish surveys, I am a very strong proponent of that they're consistent and that they are applied evenly amongst all the projects that are coming forth, which has now been reduced, so that you can compare project to project, or in years down the road, if a dock's being rebuilt, we'll have something from maybe a decade before as what was there when it was originally, you know, put in. The idea of a percentage, and I know why it's very difficult like that, I guess I'm not concerned with so much of a percentage unless it comes with some restricting language right after that. Viable versus significant, I don't know if that's going to cause an issue. I think we all agree if it was 100%, that's significant. I mentioned at the other night 50%. If 10% becomes, that's a very low threshold if it then comes with some sort of restricting language, then I would not be in favor of that. I would be considered 30%, 25% as something that it doesn't necessarily mean you don't have to approve or deny. It might fall, let's say it's, you come up with a number that's 35% that you consider significant, but they show up with 20. You could still vote no if you felt like that was something that you wanted not to pursue. You didn't have to go to the language that you had written up. So to paint yourself into more and more corners, I don't see the benefit of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Heinz. But I will follow up with a question, because say you do eliminate that language and you have no thresholds or definitions, how do you protect really good shellfish habitat? You kind of lost that ability. What would you put into place?
So, again, it was Mark, who kind of brought up the mathematical formula that we have, I think, and someone would correct me if I would, but Mark works around the town. We have the most generous, and I'm much in favor of that, the mitigation of replenishment of shellfish with any projects. What we're able to do as natural resources to replenish not only that specific area, but others as well, with that is a way that the town can offset that tremendously. There have been projects that were much more significant than any project that will come before you that still went through in terms of protecting a habitat. So it's hard to go back and say, well, if that specific project went through, there's no more significant spot than that occurred. And so now it comes to surveys that are done in a specific way that give you information that allow you then to weigh with whatever else is being presented to you, whether it's over the salt marsh and distance and depth and three depth feet of water, and in its entirety, would you approve that project? But just to say, well, there were, there were 11% shellfish, and at one point we determined that was significant, and therefore that's in a shellfish habitat area that we now have defined because we've disregarded whatever the state has said, and you would deny it on that. I think that's too low of a threshold. So I think it's not just protection of shellfish. I look at, the protection of the entire environment. And I think that the projects can work in that, I don't know what words Mark had used, in the spirit of everything that's being involved. As Natural Resources Director, I think there's a way that can be worked out. That's all.
Thanks, Heinz. I just want to follow up with, I think it's a fundamental difference that I have with your view on this, and is really driven by my responsibility to follow these regulations, and you have a different hat in this forum, is that I really favor protecting habitat versus mitigating with seed for losses. So I think we have a different approach because I think I'm required to because of our regulations. So, but it is a fundamental difference. I really don't favor mitigation. I favor avoiding habitat impacts.
And I hear that, and I respect your position and your input from that point of view. But as these bylaws over the last couple of meetings and how you're redefining certain things, and it sounds like whatever comes forward from this, it feels like the Conservation Commission will adhere to them more strongly, which is great. But if the words 50 feet within a shellfish area are in there, you have just put a moratorium on any dock being built. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, Heinz, I gotta follow up. I mean, those words have been there since 2003, and yet we're giving out variances almost every time. So it really hasn't gone that way. And in fact, a couple really important shellfish areas, they've gotten variances, and that's what I personally want to try to avoid. So.
And I agree with you there. I do, and I was not in favor of those variances in the past. So that's why that within 50-foot area, you can't have that in there if a dock is ever going to be built, because shellfish areas are all those areas we described. Any area that someone could potentially come to forward with a dock is in a shellfish habitat defined by Division of Fisheries and your Natural Resources Director.
Yeah, I guess I'd just say somebody, who put that bylaw change in 2003 had concerns about impacts and wanted to do something about it. And so I wish that I could have a discussion with folks who wrote that language back then and just to see where they were coming from, but that has to have been the intent.
Yeah. This is a really good discussion because I tried to go back and to determine, when that language came out, were those maps by Division of Fisheries in place yet? Like, which came first, chicken or the egg? Because if that language came about and then Division of Fisheries went and designated, south coastal areas for commercial shell fishing, recreational, as areas for open enclosure, it's a lot more than that, but I'm not going to get into it. But it's just, they defined all those areas and then mapped them with cross-hatching and lines, and they then put those in. I wonder when that occurred, because that 50-foot within a shellfish area language just doesn't, it's like one or the other, because had the maps been put in and then they used that language, well then, in effect, they were putting in a moratorium back then versus the maps after the 50-foot language. And then one final comment, this has been years ago. I've lived in the time and worked in Harwich when we did not have shellfish surveys, much more difficult. Once the surveys came about, gave something for legitimate discussion at the meetings, at discussions, for votes, and they do carry valuable information. And so I think that defining how it's being done is a very good step. And I lost my train of thought there at something about over time how they've improved, but I'll step back. Thanks.
All right, well, I'll come back to you. Let's see, Ernie, did you have anything else?
No, I didn't. That was it.
Okay, let's go on to Carolyn, comments on this section.
Oh, wait, Brad, I remembered. It was the conservation who had asked me about updating the maps that the town had, and at that point, the words that were used to describe it was like, well, any time that in the history where there was shellfish, where there are shellfish now, or where there potentially could be shellfish in the future. That's such a wide description. So I did fill that out, and I filled in maps and carved out areas where I knew populations of different types of shellfish were either shellfish in the past or speaking to commercial shellfishermen who had been in the river working at it, and tried to compile as much as I could to create, at that time, the most up-to-date town's version of it. And so that it was used along with the Division of Fisheries in discussions kind of before the surveys. And now surveys and the maps are used when projects are brought forward. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, thank you. All right. So, Carolyn, I think you're up.
Well, I agree with Ernie's, concern with the first couple of sentences. I'm not necessarily in total agreement with what I'm about to read, but we could change that, clarify that by saying no structure shall be located within 50 feet of an existing eelgrass bed or within a shellfish area defined by town bylaws or town shellfish warden, or as determined by a shellfish survey submitted by the applicant. This survey must conform, etc.
Thank you, Carolyn. I like that. It gives, I think at this point, I'm hoping we can clarify things a little. I think it's going to be hard to really deconstruct this whole section and couple it with, hard thresholds. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for, some kind of clarification. So I like what you just suggested, so please hold on to that text. Jim?
I've got no comments at this time.
All right, Mark?
Nothing to add at this point, thank you.
All right, John? John, you on there? John might be frozen, it looks like. Yeah, okay, I'll go to Stan.
I'm embarrassed. I'm completely confused at this point. What are we proposing here?
The language to that specific section that has given us, so much heartache over the years, modifying that language to clarify it and try to better connect it to survey, requirements.
Okay,
Another
so
option
okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Another option is just to eliminate the language, and deconstruct it all, or no change, and I put update town shellfish area maps there. That's not likely to happen very quickly.
Right.
So I think the no change is probably just no change. So, Carolyn, I think, has offered some good language. Amy, I think, has offered some ideas. I think that's kind of what we're doing right now, is trying to improve that. For me, and I have obviously a very clear opinion on this, and it doesn't mean I'm right. I feel like this has been a highway for variances. We've just kind of ignored this one and the salt marsh one over and over again by giving variances. So, I'd like to make it a little more clear. I don't want really less protection for shellfish habitat, but I want it to make sense for applicants and make sense for commissioners.
Yeah, I agree. I think we have to clarify so that it's clear and not use terminology like, we try to make it clearer in terms of what we're interpreting, not to have words that can be like viable and all of this. So yeah, I agree.
One thing I can say is that we can choose to have no change tonight, or we can choose to clarify. And as Amy described earlier, we can then get that draft language before us in the next couple of weeks and work on it. But so for me, I like that idea. I hate to have no change myself, and I like Carolyn's suggestion as a starting point.
For example, Brad, like you were talking, I mean, something as obvious as, you say use 10%, or somebody, or Heinz would say 30% or 40%. What does that actually mean when you say 10% of the survey?
Well, we discussed this a little bit last time, and actually several times, but there's kind of two metrics that come out of surveys. One is the frequency of occurrence, which means the percent of samples taken that had positive occurrence of shellfish. So if you take 10 plots and one plot has shellfish, that's a 10% frequency of occurrence.
Okay.
And so if you have 100 and you have 10, that's a 10%. The other metric.
What I was getting at is because we've in some of our discussions, we've all become a little bit more knowledgeable when we've talked to these people who do the surveys, and if they're saying there's an 80 plot grid, a lot of times they're not even measuring the 80 plots because some of them are in the marsh, so they ignore those. So that's what I was getting at. We have to be clear in terms of some of these definitions of and that gets into the survey, which I think is the next part of this.
Yeah, that's the next slide.
Right. Okay. So so I agree. It shouldn't be no change. So.
All right.
Brad, it's Heinz again. There was a time where there were these impacts taking place and there was no mitigation at all. So we have taken steps to at least, live in a better environment. I also think that no change would just create problems. So I like this idea that we will talk some more or get some input. It's been a little bit since I heard Carol's exact language, but that sense of, the maps or survey, I like that. We can get into details, but you'll have some at least support from natural resources if we go in that realm of, even though it might be mapped as an area, or we get into these kind of maybe details that will come with the survey, then that I think is something that would be beneficial to have. And that kind of plot description you described, 1 out of 10, I think we would all say if 1 out of 10, there's 10% there, but then what does that mean? Then I think we're getting into kind of a little bit muddy waters, but that original message or language Carol used, I thought that was a good step. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Heinz. Thank you. Carolyn, you had a comment?
Well, that original language did not necessarily require a shellfish survey. Now, if somebody's proposing a dock in an area, we want a shellfish survey for every dock application, don't we?
I would say so.
So I think we should start the H with all applications for water-dependent structures must conduct a shellfish survey. No structure shall be located within 50 feet of an existing eelgrass bed or within a shellfish area as defined by town bylaws or town shellfish warden or determined by the shellfish survey.
I think I like where you're going with this, Carolyn. I think that we should, I'd like to see us agree to clarify the language. We start with your draft, and then we get together with Heinz, and we work on that a little bit. So that's my recommendation.
I like it.
And, it's 10:30, so we don't have to nail the language tonight, but we all can agree that H needs a little bit of work, and that's what I'd like to have us vote on.
Mr. Chairman, can I comment, please?
Yes, please, Mark.
Okay, so even on my side, we struggle with this regulation. It seems like the first part of the regulation says is a prohibition, and then it goes on to say, well, but you still need a shellfish survey. So if the first part of the regulation says no new dock can be located in designated shellfish areas, and the whole town is a designated shellfish area, I believe in 2003 that was an attempt at a moratorium that has grossly failed. But the next sentence, it's kind of like saying, well, you can't have it, but if you are, you need a shellfish survey. So I would step back and look at what is the intent of this bylaw. What is if the commission is trying to protect the shellfish resource, then that doesn't mean that you can't put a dock in a shellfish area. So I would definitely get rid of that. That just creates nothing but problems. The goal would be to change your design specifications to minimize impacts to shellfish, the amount of piles, et cetera, like I said before. If in an area of high current, you could even make piles oblong if you had to, like a wing, so that they don't have the eddies and things like that. So doing some design changes will reduce the impacts. But if the goal of the regulation is to allow docks in shellfish areas, then absolutely require the shellfish surveys. Heinz can chime in on the value of that shellfish habitat, and maybe that part could be subjective, but he's the paid professional. I think adding a number like 10% or 20% without the data to support it, which it doesn't exist apparently, that becomes an arbitrary number and it's easier to argue. So the goal, I believe, of this regulation is to say, if you want to allow docks in an area that has shellfish, evaluate the shellfish habitat and come up with an appropriate mitigation. And that way, the mitigation allows for, if it's a high value area, you can require more mitigation. If it's a low value area, definitely require on-site seeding to improve the actual site. And that should be required of any proposal, because I don't know that Heinz goes directly in front of private property and seeds it. And I think he relies on the nature to drift the spat onto the beaches. So direct seeding on the private properties is a way to improve the shellfish habitat. And that way it more than offsets any potential negative impacts from the dock. So I think that's what you're struggling with is a prohibition versus saying, well, but if you're going to allow them. So allow the docks, have a survey, have a proper evaluation, and the mitigation could be staged or ramped, maybe not to exceed $6,000, something like that. So that given the value of the shellfish habitat on the site from Heinz's recommendations, he could recommend a mitigation amount and go from there. What do you think?
Mark, appreciate your analysis as always. And let's see, did I lose
Mr. Brad, may I make a comment?
Yes, please.
So this is a bylaw change, and without some sort of consensus on the language of what the language should be, you do, I mean, we can't do that at a future meeting. This is because since it is bylaw language and you want it to be very specific, if you want to make changes to that language, you need to vote on that tonight because we don't have time for another meeting prior to next Friday when I have to have this in.
Okay.
If it's a substantive change, you gotta at least give me, doesn't have to be exact wording, but what the substance
Okay.
is.
Well, that's good to get that clarification. All right.
Just one quick comment from Heinz about mitigation, how that works in reality once the seed is purchased and then raised in the lab. And then if the dock that was providing the mitigation funds was in Witchmere Harbor, that money that went to that seed goes into Witchmere Harbor. I may not necessarily put it in that same exact location where that dock was put because the substrate underneath or the public accessibility to it, those are other factors that I take into account. But if it was a project in Herring River, the seed went in Herring River. If it was in Witchmere, if it was in Allen, so I stayed to the body of water in which that was, received from. But other than that, there are other factors. I just want to let people know that. Right. Thanks.
Thanks, Heinz. Okay, so let me, I want to get back to asking commissioners for their comments. Carolyn, you have a follow-up?
I just wanted to say that I think that this is not the regulation, so we're not going into the nitty-gritty. And I think the language, the approximate language that I read is not a major change. The only change is saying you have to submit a survey, which was implied in the in H originally. I don't think this is a major change at all.
Okay. Did you see what I had put up on the screen a little bit ago?
Yeah, that would stay. Oh, where? Yes, I have it in front of me because I have
I made some changes. I don't think you can see my screen anymore.
It was in our Dropbox, so I have
I made changes like on the spot tonight.
Oh no, I don't see
Hang
them.
on. You see them now?
Yes.
So tell me what you want me to write, and I will put it in. But I made a few additional wording changes on the spot right now. My brain's starting not to work so well, so you have to help me out.
I think that's as far as we're going to get tonight, Amy. I mean, we could talk into the wee hours to get what we really want, but that I think is an improvement. That's a clarification.
I like it. Yeah, I think it's.
I like it.
Let me. I haven't asked Jim. I'm
both working from the old one.
Okay.
Let me finish up and ask other commissioners to speak. Jim hasn't spoken on this issue.
Yeah, I just read Amy's most recent language, and that looks like somewhat of an improvement to me. So I'll go for it.
Okay, Mark.
I would agree. I think that's a pretty good improvement.
John.
Yeah, can you hear me? I'm sorry, I've been having. Is there echo?
No, you're good.
All right, I'm on my phone and on my computer, so it's confusing me. I guess Amy's language looks better. I have real reservations about the surveys as a whole, but I guess for the moment I'll just say I think this language looks pretty good.
All right, Stan.
Yeah, I like it. My only concern is the wording, and I'm not suggesting we should change this. I'm just saying this is where we're going to get into, where unless the applicant can provide clear and convincing language, that gets into that gray area, but I don't have a problem with it.
what I like about it is it allows a design to minimize impacts. So, you know, I think it's an improvement for both sides of the table. It doesn't provide the hook that I really was interested in, but I don't know if we can't work that hook out. So I think that we should vote on this. And I mean, can you change any part of this after the vote, Amy, or how does that go?
Nothing substantive. I mean, we're talking grammatical changes.
Yeah.
It really has to be done in a public meeting since this is not the reg, it's the bylaw, even though the regs are the same thing for water dependent structures.
Yeah. Well, what I'd hope to do at some point, it's not going to happen right away, but redo the mapping process. And when that happens, revisit this language again and really have better maps. By then have better surveys. And then we could revisit this language again. So I think for now it's acceptable, I think. Carolyn?
Why aren't oysters included? It says a commercially important species of shellfish, clams, cohogs, scallops, and mussels.
Yeah, they are.
Put
That should
that
be in
in.
there. Yep. That came up last hearing. We kind of forgot it, but no, it should be there. All right, well, let's vote on this and let's get into the survey because the survey is going to have more detail and I really don't want to keep folks too late tonight. So I'll go ahead and move that we approve this change in 304.8H and ask for a second.
I'll second.
Okay. Any last discussion by commissioners or others folks here tonight? All right then. All those in favor by roll call saying aye for support and nay for denial, starting with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Stan.
Aye.
And myself, Brad Chase, aye. Okay, so we move to support a change in that section. All right. You want to turn it back to me, Amy?
Working on it. There you go.
There has to be some sort of overtime pay that you would qualify for, Amy. I'll tell you that much.
I'll get overtime pay when you guys get paid too.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I've met commissioners from other towns that get paid, and it's like, really? Oh, man. I wouldn't mind a little bit of that. All right, so this one, to me, is more straightforward in the sense that, you know, we all know that we want to direct applicants on how to do it. And so this really, the options here are define better survey methods. And the first option, thresholds for no structures, we're not moving in that direction. But we don't feel like we're there yet. And then add language to better define survey methods with no change in present language. So really there should be a fourth option, and that's to recognize that we just changed our present language and we also have included better survey methods or defined survey methods. So let me go to the next one. And this has some of the details. And I think, is this the same, Amy, where we need to nail this down tonight, or can we just suggest that we're going to have a regulation that has tighter survey methods?
So we alluded to shellfish surveys in the bylaw, and the next month we'll come up with their survey methods in the regs. And those would be prepared for, they would be in time for town meeting. So we could have those for people. Yeah.
Well, let me run through this pretty quickly. It's basically what AECOM does with some modification. You know, they set up their transects generally a little below the mean high water mark, and they have a transect every 10 feet, and they set up a grid pattern 50 feet on either side of the proposed structures to go out a maximum 100 feet. And so they're going to have, you know, often a 10 by 10 transect. And sometimes AECOM goes high to 110, 120 samples, and it just gets to be, you know, probably larger than it needs to be. Whereas some of the other samplers sometimes will drift down to 35, 40 samples, which I feel are too low. And so I felt, you know, every footprint's different, but generally you're going to be starting somewhere around a 10 by 10, and so you're going to be 100 or less. And I would prefer random sampling than any other method. We haven't seen random sampling, but to me that's best. I prefer dictating a cubic foot quadrant or square foot sample as opposed to larger. The survey proposals will be approved by the Conservation Commission prior to field work, and the survey, whoever was doing it would have to contact Heinz beforehand to notify them what was going to go on. The surveys will be conducted before shellfish harvest openings, and you can strike that last, the finding if shellfish will be result in being designated shellfish habitat. We're not going there. We're not trying to define that. So we could forget about that bullet as well as the number one option. We're not talking about going there. I think we're talking about dictating survey methods and then changing the language in 304.8H to say, okay, you must do a survey as described in the regulations. So that's what I'm suggesting. This is something we have talked about a fair amount. I think if we can leave here tonight with agreement on, you know, improving this, we can fine tune this in our regulations later on. So I'll open it up. Comments starting with Ernie.
Yeah, I don't have any comments right now, Brett.
All right, thank you. Carolyn.
Are you asking for comments as to whether or not we should fine tune this later in our regulations and not discuss any of the stuff that's here right now?
I think that, you know, we can go as late as folks want to. We started discussing this at the last hearing, and we hadn't left behind the idea of having a threshold that would connect to, you know, responses in 304.8 or H. I think now we're saying we're not going to try to achieve a threshold at this point. So really, we're going to vote on whether we want to have specific language on how surveys should be done. And Amy's saying we can work out the details later. But feel free, if folks want to comment on the details, please do.
Well, I think I would rather we comment on them later if they're in the regulations and we don't have to we're not under the time constraint that the bylaws are.
Yep, that's fine. I will say that, you know, I've put recommendations down in 2014 and 2019, and we just never got around to them. And I think it's just, we're so busy with routine hearings that, you know, this has been something that we've all recognized the limitations. It's just been hard to really nail it down. So I think if people want to comment on specifics, that's fine, but comment on your interest in voting to put in details.
Well, I would like to put interest, I have an interest in putting the details into the regulations. If you want to comment now, just a quick one. There's a difference, isn't there, between a scientifically determined random sampling and the common use of the word random sampling? And I think unless you go with the really tight mathematically determined random sampling, it's very subjective and someone could really screw up the survey.
It would have to be at the scientific approach. And
okay.
That's, you know, I was a state diver for 20 years, and we did lots of random samples of eelgrass beds, and everything is predetermined to where your sample will be randomly before you get in the water. and it will be the same way here.
Okay.
And that's my recommendation. I don't know if the people that actually do these surveys would want that. I can generate random numbers, you know, in seconds. John can do it, you know, in his sleep. So it isn't a hard thing to do. It provides, it gets away from some of the biases that I see in some of these surveys, and where you sample is dictated mathematically. And so I think it's a good idea.
that should be clarified what kind of a random sample you want.
Yeah, it's a scientific random sample. Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of further details, and John could write a thesis on this, but I'll be anxious to see what he says.
Brad, I apologize for jumping in front of the commissioners, but yes, there is a difference between, you know, random scientific and the word that sometimes uses haphazard. And I am all for in favor of that random generated number table, taking those plots, predetermined. Yeah, I'm all for that, and that's what I would be looking for. Early on, you mentioned, you know, that sometimes they're up at 100 in some of those and samples. And then, you know, I also feel, I agree with you there, that 30, 35 is a little low. If we get in details, I'd like to see somewhere like the 50 number. And then I'm also glad that I heard tonight that the language doesn't go down the path of these thresholds. And that actually is a buffer in a sense that if somebody comes to you and they present the survey and they say, wow, you know, half the plots had shellfish in it, and you say to Mr. Smith or Mrs. Smith, the board feels that that is too big of an impact, and, you know, we'll deny it at that point in time based upon that. Maybe it's a presentation that shows you 25% in that you feel has too big of an impact depending on that area. So it gives you a little bit of sense of not always having to have to wait for a certain number. You can, on your own, when you take that vote individually, you feel as if that's significant in your own eyes. But circle back to that. Definitely random and generated in such manner that it's predetermined before they go out. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Hines. Appreciate that. All right, you all set, Carolyn?
Oh, I forgot. Yes, I am. Sorry.
Okay, so let's see, Mark.
No, I'm all set.
Okay, Jim.
Yeah, I'm in favor of putting some parameters on the survey, and I like what you've come up with in the past, Brad. And I don't really have any specific comments beyond that tonight anyway.
All right, thank you. John.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about statistics. I think that we should just agree that we're going to take care of this in the regulations, and that's all we need to do right now, because the rest of it is going to be a long and involved conversation.
I agree. All right, thank you. Stan.
Okay, just to clarify, we're talking about the wording right in front of us.
We're going to vote on the idea of including details on how we want surveys conducted in our regulation. And so we'll vote. The bylaw will be a change for the language that'll say that surveys are required as specified by the Conservation Commission. So we're getting rid of all the concepts of thresholds. We're not there yet. And really this section is on improving our surveys by telling folks how we want surveys conducted and having that put into the bylaw.
No, Brad, I guess what I'm saying is I agree with everything you're saying, but is this, which specific wording are we voting on? What's in front of us?
It would be, let's back up, okay? So what we're doing is we're adding language to better define survey methods, but we just voted on modifying the present language to 304 each. So the option is not exactly listed here, and that's okay. I mean, these are my recommendations for options that would make sense. So we're adding language to better define survey methods with clarification to the existing language on 304-8H.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So in the most recent, you just voted to make the changes to 304 or 8H that included, saying that the shellfish survey shall conform sampling methods set forth in the Harwich Wetland Protection Regulations. I guess my question, maybe I'm missing something. Do you need another vote on anything tonight, or did that take care of what you're interested in?
Thank you, Amy. I don't think we need anything else. I think.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, I was thinking that we might have to. I still wanted to have discussion on the survey, but I think you're correct. We don't have to vote, and I think Stan was thinking about that as well.
Yeah, because I was questioning what was the exact language that we'd have to come up with for Amy if we were going to change something.
Yeah. No, thank you. It is getting late.
Brad, another just comment that, because I've heard it a couple times, is that survey then is approved by the Conservation Commission, which, as a shellfish constable, I feel more than capable to do that. I haven't really said much because I think I'll have input into how it's actually, written up and the wording of it. So basically, I know what you guys are looking at or expecting, and I'm okay with that. I don't feel like something's being taken or being, negated. But if as we go down and do those details and I have input into that and I feel comfortable with it, then I'm completely at ease with Conservation Commission, approving those. And like you said, as long as I'm informed when and where they're taking place, I'm fine with that.
Well, Heinz, how about if we do this? In number 10, I added in blue ink that addition from the last hearing where the survey should be conducted following notification of the Department of Natural Resources. Why don't we add the Department of Natural Resources to the bullet above it so that it has to be approved by both the Conservation Commission and your department? I don't think we can eliminate the Conservation Commission because it's our regulations, but why don't we add your department to that bullet as well? Does that make sense?
That's an excellent point, Brad, that it's just kind of reviewed by both. And that's a great kind of just double check on something so that they don't spend time and energy, go out there for a week, they come back, and then one of us brings something up and say, well, why wasn't that, or you didn't do this kind of thing. Not a catch them thing. It's just more of, boy, had we had some input prior to them going out, they would have completed every task that was in there or something that I might pick up, or you guys as well. So thank you. Yeah, good idea.
Yeah, we'll do that. And again, this presentation will be cleaned up for when we bring it to the Board of Selectmen. So we'll make these changes. But again, thank you, Amy and Stan, for pointing out the obvious, that we really did vote for this already to have these changes, or at least the concept. So we'll revisit the details, and I think we can move on.
Brad, could I make one comment quickly?
Yeah, sure.
I like where you're going with this. We're all used to the grids, and that's easy for anybody to set up. I don't know what the qualifications of some of these surveyors are on the random sampling, so I'd suggest if you decide to go that route, that if the town was given the survey plan, then that if you're going to generate a random survey locations, then I think the town should generate the grid, whoever is capable of doing that, just because I'm not sure all these guys are going to know what to do. But a regular grid set up as a grid, I like the 1 foot square plots. We're not tearing up everything. All that's great. No plots in the salt marsh. That's it.
I think we're all in pretty good agreement that we'll all gain by having better detail and direction, and it'll be standardized. So I think that we're all moving in a good direction. All right, so this one here, number 6, dredging. This came from an interest in trying to find ways to have improvement dredging in places where you had really poor substrate and habitat for shellfish. Very different from maintenance dredging. which can be done in many locations. Improvement dredging is hard to approve. At the last hearing, we did not have a lot of support for this. So I talked with Amy about it. You know, we're recommending a 3-foot depth limit if it does pass. And so I changed that in blue ink. And then in discussions with Amy, she felt that, you know, if it is in fact good shellfish habitat, then, you know, we shouldn't be talking about improvement dredging. So I added the shellfish habitat there on top of anoxia and sediment size. But at the same time, I felt like there wasn't a lot of support for this, for the idea of improvement dredging. And so this one, you know, I'm not going to, you know, pound the table for this one very long. I just want to ask for comments, and maybe it's something we take up another time. But it was just, you know, thinking of, you know, the north side of Wychmere Harbor, you've got a lot of fine sediments, truly not very good shellfish habitat. You know, if it's not an area that's approved for maintenance dredging, could we have improvement dredging to get to that depth limit? And so that was the nature of this. But again, not a lot of support among commissioners last meeting. So any additional thoughts on this, starting with Ernie?
Yeah, I continue to be against improvement dredging. I don't think it's, long-term, I don't think it's viable, regardless of whether or not the conditions that you place with that dredge.
Okay, thank you, Ernie. Carolyn?
Sorry. I'm fine with what it is. Do we have to vote on J of the previous area, water dependent structures, on the storage of docks? Are you coming to that?
No, we did. We voted on storage of docks.
Oh, so that's done. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
No, I have no comments other than that.
Okay. Mark?
Yeah, very simply, in particular, the northern sector of Wychmere Harbor, you know, that's been a discussion lately, and a lot of it had to do with that culvert and the outfall pipe right there. Just seems to me that anytime there's an area where you have a potential of foreign matter coming in, there's an opportunity to improve it. It makes sense to follow through with that. The categorization of it's something else, but I don't know why we would not support that type of activity. So that's about all I can add.
All right, thanks. Let's see, Jim.
Yeah, I think every once in a while, improvement dredging does make sense. I don't really see a need to change anything in our bylaw or regulations. I think, and the relatively rare occurrences when it makes sense, that can be shown, and we give a variance and move forward in that manner.
Thanks, Jim. John?
Yeah, no change is what I would favor.
Okay. Stan?
Yeah, I agree. No change.
All right. If I can just follow up, I think Jim's comments are good to identify that, you know, we can allow it presently. I guess my whole thing was, you know, do we want to have quantitative thresholds that say, yeah, this is in fact the magical black mayonnaise, you know, and that would come from, you know, physical measurements of anoxia and sediment size. But I think the locations where this comes into play are fairly few. And so maybe Jim's correct that we can view those on a case-by-case basis. So, Amy, any additional thoughts on this one?
Just that in terms of structure here, in the bylaws, that's its own section. Depth at the float is its own section, regardless of dredging. That's under 304-9, denial of a permit. It was mentioned on a site visit today, and I agree that that should be moved, and maybe should be, because it's really should be like item K as the one before. It's a standard rather than, you know, it's a measurement. I don't know if we need to even have 304-9 denial of a permit. If we move that all that wording up one and make it item K under like the standards for approval, essentially.
I think that's a good catch. It really is a standard, and the project should meet the standard.
I think that if you did want to have denial of a permit, you could just, you don't have to allude to a set depth. You could just have a general statement that the commission shall deny a permit where any proposed water dependent structure does not comply with these bylaws set forthwith, or something like that. Just a general statement at the end.
Okay.
But move the whole 3 feet now, make that item K above.
Okay, so what Amy's describing is really just a kind of a formatting issue where what's in there now doesn't totally make sense. She's not really commenting on the dredging concept.
Right.
Yep.
And in that regard, so that's why I want to move denial of a permit up, or the language about the 3 feet up to K, and then change the wording of denial of permit to be more generic. In regards to improvement dredging, I think there are some, albeit rare, circumstances where it could be beneficial. But again, I would state that they're rare, so.
Okay. All right, thanks, Amy. Heinz?
Just real quick, and I think Mark Burgess always has better language for this than I do, but I wouldn't agree that, that not necessarily, not beneficial, but I also look at small amounts, and if there's a magic number 100, that's detrimental. So that's the flip side of the coin, that I don't know if there'd be, like I said, a number that you would cap, and then again, you just with everything else we've talked about tonight, you just start sticking by those numbers. But thank you.
All right, thanks, Heinz. Mark, do you have any comments on this one?
Which Mark?
I want to go Mark Burgess because I think we covered all the commissioners.
Okay. What Heinz and I had talked about was the 100 cubic yard threshold, that in the DEP regs, under 100 cubic yards, you don't need a water quality certificate, and the jurisdiction is set with the conservation permit, the order of conditions. Beyond 100 cubic yards, you have to do chemical testing. It's a lot more complicated, and you need the water quality certificate. It adds a lot of time and money to the project. So under 100 cubic yards can be handled with the town's jurisdiction. The state only requires a sieve analysis to make sure that there's 10% or less fines passing the number 200 sieve. And that's the attempt there is to make sure that you're dredging sand, because if you, or sand like, when you start dredging poop, that's where it holds more of the chemicals and stuff. So you end up, if the ratio is too high, you end up testing it. So we were suggesting that any dredging under 100 cubic yards, would be allowable at the local level, and beyond that, of course, you need an additional state permits.
Okay, so that's basically there's no change.
Right.
Okay.
Right. But I also agree with Heinz that if you're allowing it to improve the sediments, it's going to be tough to define the other side of the coin, which is how detrimental it is. So that would imply setting limits on detrimental, which is going to be difficult to do, or to quantify it, if I would say.
Okay.
But you'll get there.
No, thank you. Well, I think for this one, we'll go ahead and vote on this one, because I'd like to have it in the record, in the minutes that we discussed it, because this may come up again. So I think it is important to have this documented. despite keeping everybody up so late. So I guess I'll ask if there's any additional comments from commissioners, and then if not, if one of the commissioners could make a motion.
I'll make a motion to confirm no change to current language on dredging in the 304 bylaws.
Okay, thank you. Second, please.
I'll second that, Stan.
All right, seconded by Stan. I'll move right to the roll call vote. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Starting with Ernie.
Aye.
Okay, Carolyn.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Stan.
Aye.
And myself, Brad Chase, aye. So no change to dredging, but we will document that we had this discussion. I think it's pretty interesting, and I like the fact that we can still view things on a case-by-case basis. All right, folks, the last item tonight is cumulative impacts, and this is something I start off with discussing how I feel like it is a factor with both the structures in the resource areas as well as the boats that are used there. And very difficult to define this. 30 years later after that scoping session, we're still talking about it without having metrics. So we're not going to add a performance standard because we don't have one for cumulative impacts. So I'm going to advocate that we simply include a definition in the bylaw that is the same as what we have in the regulations, so that commissioners present and future can think about what it means and think about what the role is for considering cumulative impacts in reviewing these projects. So I'm hoping it's a pretty simple one, but I'll still run through everyone's to see how people feel on this. So I'll start with you, Ernie.
Yeah, I know that Amy had added a cumulative impact definition, I thought, in the draft we got, right?
She did. We just haven't voted on it.
Okay, because I liked what you put in there. I'm very comfortable with that.
Okay, good. Thank you. Carolyn?
I'm not sure I like the last sentence in rationale for change, that there is no present guidance. I don't know if that needs to be in a bylaw to tell them we don't know what we're doing.
Well, that wouldn't be there. I mean, again, it's a PowerPoint presentation just to summarize concepts.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
so maybe
wasn't sure if that was the wording you wanted.
No, this is just to inform, us and the public what we're trying to do. Yeah, that might not be a great sentence, but right now the bylaw is silent on cumulative impacts. And when I think of Herring River, I think that we were absolutely, exposed to cumulative impacts in that system.
Well, I agree, but okay.
Yeah, so we're just going to, I think, and vote to include that language that Amy modified slightly and grabbed from the regulation. So it's really not a big change. It's just a process to think about it and to get us to consider this moving forward. I tried to find thresholds. I tried to find studies, and it's a really hard thing to do. Bigger boats, bigger engines, you can picture more impacts.
So what would we be voting on?
To include the definition.
I thought we did.
Let's see.
Didn't we approve definitions already?
We approved definitions for wetlands. I don't know if protection. I don't know if we did for water dependent structures.
Is this the only change?
I think it would be the same language. It just be also inserted into the water dependent structure section.
Yeah, let me just quickly check. It's the only new definition. I have a few other minor changes that are, you could go through it. It is in your drop. I'm going through it right now, but so here's cumulative impact on your screen here.
Yeah.
That's the same definition. The mean high water, it's just, we had an old datum that we had referred to, and it's actually NAVD. And then, oh, I need to change Spartina Paytons and be italicized. Did include elevated walkway into some definitions. And also into water dependent structures. So if you want, you can. Sorry.
No, I was just going through it, Amy, because you do, some of the bigger changes were on the decking and on the docks, and then.
We already changed everything, like the spacing and stuff and decking. We already did all that.
But we hadn't voted on this, did we?
We didn't
We
vote
voted
on.
yeah, last hearing we voted on 5 of the items.
And you instructed me to make those changes, and I did.
Oh, okay, never mind. I'm thinking what we did with the wetlands protection. We voted on that whole document. Okay, but we had done this piecemeal. Yes, you're right.
So if you want to just play it safe, vote on the definitions portion of water dependent structures bylaw.
Okay. Let's see, Mark?
I don't have anything to add right now.
All right, thanks, Mark. Jim?
Yeah, I'm supportive of adding the language.
All right. Thank you, John.
Yeah, I like the cumulative impact language that Amy has in there, and I also support the other changes that she made in the definitions section.
Okay, Dan?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right. I'll ask, Amy's already commented. I'll ask Hines if he has anything to say. It's, you know, really a small issue.
Yeah, it's Hines. No specific comments to that, you know, last language of impact over time, but although I haven't agreed with everything that has been brought forward in the last couple of meetings, I certainly thank you and thank the whole Conservation Commission. You guys are volunteers, and to put in the time tonight and all the other nights. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Hines.
Well, no, thank you. You're here at 11 o'clock at night, so we appreciate that, and we appreciate your insight as well. So thank you for participating. Mark Burgess, any thoughts on the cumulative impact piece?
No, it's just one of those things that you want to define, but it's very difficult. It's probably the most complicated thing in your bylaws that you have to deal with. I think from a science point of view, it's all about ratios. So as Hines pointed out, if you're number 3 out of 20, then the other 17 have a considerable impact. But if you're number 18 out of 20, well, there's not much more left to impact. So it's about the science of that. And I want to thank you guys for allowing me to be a part of this. I know we don't always agree. We as consultants wear, 13 separate hats of all the different towns. And it's nice to work together, and it's nice to look at what everybody else is doing and just try to make the bylaws a little tighter, because it reduces the amount of subjectivity to them. So I appreciate that. It makes it easier for me. So I just appreciate you allowing me to be a part of it. And I think what you've done is good work here, with the exception of the moratorium. But other than that, I think you're headed in the right direction, and I agree with a lot of what you're trying to do.
Thanks, Mark, and your insight is really appreciated too. You work with these structures as much as anybody, so for you to hang in there for these long meetings is really helpful to us. So thank you for attending. So I guess what we'll do is we'll vote on adding this language to the bylaw, and that'll be it tonight. So I'll move that we add the cumulative impact definition to the bylaw.
Brad, do you want? Brad, didn't you want to make a motion to approve all the changes to the definitions?
Yeah, I think you're right. I reviewed them, and I think that it was largely Amy cleaning things up. Does anybody have any comments on that otherwise?
Nope.
Okay. All right, then I will modify my motion to include the cumulative impact definition of the bylaws, as well as the changes made by Amy that reflect the discussions from the January 26th hearing and the hearing tonight, February 3rd.
I'll second that.
All right, thanks, Stan. So we'll have a roll call vote. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. Starting with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Stan.
Aye.
Myself, Brad Chase, aye. Well, I feel like I owe Amy, I don't know, a pint of beer or something for, hanging in there. We all have our things that we want to work on, and this is one thing I've really, it's kind of taken us late a couple times. So, but I think it's...
You all want to go meet at the Seal for a beer?
One of these days after we get our shots.
I look forward to the time that we can. It's been too long, actually.
Yeah.
So let's put a placeholder on that, and it'd be great to see you all there.
Even me?
All right. Amy, anything else that we need to talk about? Or?
Mark, you can buy.
I will. I've kept you guys up. So
I'm not getting paid for this either, so.
Yeah, all right. Then I'm buying the first round. How's that?
I'll buy the second round.
I like that.
I'll buy the third.
Oh, man, we're there for a while. So,
Who's
all right, well,
I'm not driving home to Yarmouth.
Oh, that's right, Amy. Oh, boy. Well, thank you, Amy, above all. You do so much to support us, and it's very much appreciated.
I thank you guys, and I do it because I care too. So don't worry about me.
We could chip in for an Uber.
All right.
Anything else, Amy?
No.
All right, then I'm gonna move that we adjourn.
Second.
I have a second. All right, second. All those in favor say aye, starting with Ernie.
Aye.
Carolyn.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Jim.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Stan.
Aye.
Myself, Brad Chase, aye. Okay, motion carries, and thank you all, and good night.